You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm Thayan's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm Thayan's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive trying to make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm Thayan's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay. No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. Stop things finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil a lie tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm breaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. My whole team on wildin'. No ring on silence. They so astonished. I'm day's finest. Tell them get behind us. No fake ones round us. How deep my mind gets. I got too many options. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, stick beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe in a dream. Believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. Standing on top of business, know they can't reach us. We out there way too high to not have seen us. The devil alive tryna make them non-believers. But we walk in with the most high and the snakes beneath us. Can't be mindless on mission. My whole mindset different, okay? No time to sleep, Steve Beats, I'm reaching. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe. You gotta believe in the dream. Believe.
That shall be as a long companion. It will never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck, but relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
Welcome to the second day for PMCL Southeast Asia Summer 2025, and we are going to be your casters for today. I plays together with Google TV, and we are already in our second week. That means they just have a few more chances into getting to our second Super Weekend.
Today's the second day, Aya, so they do have only today and tomorrow to qualify for the Super Weekend for week number 2. So this means that those 4 teams that didn't weren't able to include themselves in the Super Weekend needs to step up. They need to do more in order for them to be able to join and get those league rank points, because if not, if they're going to have the same performance and if they're going to have the same ranking after tomorrow's day, then we're not going to see them anymore in the grand final. So again, today and tomorrow is a very important day for everyone. And speaking of everyone right now, everyone deserves a new cell phone, Aya, and we do have our Tecno Camon 40 Premier 5G powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350. It delivers seamless and efficient performance for both everyday tasks and demanding gaming sessions. Plus, with a one-tap AI flash snap, you can easily capture sharp and flawless photos with just one tap.
Definitely for those who are looking for a device that they could use for PUBG Mobile, don't forget to check Technocamon 40 Premier 5G. And you could also use this as your selfie camera and even underwater, because I believe this is waterproof. So just kindly double check that in any case. But one more thing that you should experience is the unrivaled power with the PUBG Mobile X Shelby, which is available right now inside of the game. So don't forget to check it and try your luck in spinning one.
And speaking of skins, you're talking about the collaboration of PUBG Mobile and Attack on Titan is currently live right now. Titan transformations, ODM gear, and more await to join the fight now, because the only way to live is to fight. So fight. And just a few minutes ago, I just got the Armin set
Ooh,
for only 10 UC. So you can go ahead and
very
go
lucky.
to the crates right now. And speaking of picks now, let's talk about the caster prediction. I'm still going with Yango and Galacticus for today, Aya.
Mhm.
I think they're very good when it comes to qualifying all throughout the 3 days. So I'll go with YG. You'll go
Mhm.
with SG. Quintoya will go with YG as well. SG for Paulo B. Zan and Zami will go for Newborn and GOA. And then for the Khmer broadcast, we have Osja and Yango and Galacticos. So still a lot of selections for the Myanmar squad. So this only means that the Myanmar squads are really so good.
Without with our Myanmar squads, they really did so well yesterday and even in week number 1. So now let's see if that will still be the case for week number 2 by the end of our group stage. Speaking of, we have here our weeks for week number 1 that happened during May 28 to June 1, and now on to our second day, June 4 up until June 8, and the grand finals will be happening on June 13 up until June 15. Tournament format that we have here. Group stage will be comprised of 20 teams, 4 groups per match, and each group will play a total of 16 matches. So top 16 advances on to our super weekend day number 1. And as we have discussed during week number 1 on day number 2, that is where the Smash rule will apply, just like what PBMS have done during the second day, wherein they finished the day quite early on to our third game. And for the prize pool distribution, this is one of the things, of course, that is at stake for our PMCL South Asia Summer 2025. We have here a total of 40,000 US dollar prize pool distributed onto the league and the final stage.
Yeah, of course, the prize pool is still going to be on the minds of these teams fighting. And speaking of teams now, it's going to be the groups for today. Group A, B, C, and D, and E. By the way, the first match of the day would be played by groups A, B, C, and E. So this means that Group D, which is Silent Gods, GOA, OF, and Paradise Esports, they won't play as of this very moment. They will be back, though, on the next Sanhok map. We're going to have 2 Sanhoks for today, Aya. But before we talk about maps, let's talk about first the overall rankings. And like what I just said, Young Galacticos is pretty good when it comes to qualifying to the next stage, which is the Super Weekend. And currently, right now, they're on the top of the leaderboard.
And with that 12-point gap onto our Silent Gods, that is achievable for Silent Gods, but that needs so much of effort in order for them to surpass our Young Galacticos. Meanwhile, for RNG, a bit too far to at this point. Burmese Goals also has that chance, but the same goes for them. It's not going to be so doable in probably 1 or 2 matches. They could be at par with the Young Galacticos probably around 3 matches, and given that Young Galacticos would not do so much of the points, which is something that we do not see with YG. We always see them getting all those points whenever they can, and onto that second page, there are still a lot of teams who are yet to make up for the points that they were not able to get yesterday.
Yeah, and you can see now the highlights from yesterday. This is all about Young Galacticos. And Young Galacticos, even though that they lose 1, sometimes they lose 2, but they're able to go through the hardships. They're able to go through the teams, and you can see how they dominate every single game, Aya. If they don't get the winner chicken dinner, they have so many elimination points that can actually catch up and actually give more gap with the overall rankings. And even if the map would change, YG can totally adapt to whatever terrain that may play in every single match. And you can see how connected and how dominating they are even in the map of Miramar.
Definitely, and with YG dominating so far all of our battles, most likely they would also do well in day number 2. Speaking of day number 2, we have here our matches for today: 2 Sanhok maps, 4 Erangel matches, and 1 only in the map of Miramar. So it is quite unfortunate for those who are banking on the map of Miramar. This is not going to be so much of their best day because, again, it is only 1 out of the 7 that we are going to have.
Yeah, it's gonna be 1 out of the 7, and for Miramar, yesterday they got 2. Today they only get 1, so they need to bank on all of the Erangel maps, especially also with the 2 Sanhok maps that we're gonna be playing for today. And speaking of yesterday, Aya, remember Rangers was able to get the first Sanhok map,
Yes.
kind of like what they did in week number 1. So for today, let's see if Rangers still have that consistency when it comes to playing in Sanhok. And speaking of consistency when it comes to playing in Sanhok, let's talk about the rotation here of PBMS, or Playbook X Misfit International. From
Yep.
Sammy up to the areas of Cow, it's just unbelievable that they were able to pull off that type of rotation.
Definitely. So again, one of the teams that I need to look out for is our PBMS, not only the map of Sanhok, but the rest of the games, because again, last week they did their very best to smash that smash rule, but now let's get into smashing in match number 1.
Let's Sanhok, first Sanhok of the day. Again, to the viewers who are just tuning in right now, we're gonna have 2. Again, today you'll have 7 matches in total. Right, that coming from the middle of Kampong and Docks, going straight through the waters of ruins, just right below Camp Alpha. So we cannot really say anything about their dropping point, because it's very easy to go to wherever they want here in Sanhok. But what we can talk about would be the boot camp area. It's gonna be battled against or battled between by
Again, these 2 teams have been fighting for boot camp for the past matches yesterday, and now they are going to have 2 to try once again. In that first attempt, we'll be having 1 knockdown onto the side of our Generation X, courtesy of our GG, but that is also a nice counterattack onto the Good Game Esports, and they have your Boy Sean knocked out. They need to go for that fast reset, because now that our Generation X are quite near to their spot, they would want to go and take that revenge. Devando is right in front of them, so that means they need to be quite safe, because in any case, he could go for that backstab onto GX.
And again, they smell blood, all because of that knockdown onto Coca-Cola. But I say we'll be able to revive Coca-Cola, as Nero right now will try to wait on, just holding that Tommy gun. But you can see right now, Coca-Cola was able to get a revive. I'm not so sure if he does have any heals on him. Probably just bandages that he can try to use. But he's just ready with the UMP right now on hand. Nero just waiting as well. Circle, by the way, is centering right around Painan. So this means that it is going to be a circle for the Rangers. Unknown, though, will be knocked down on the kill feed. We might see our first blood of the game. And there we go. That's going to be the first blood, courtesy of Team Max. Now for GX, looks like Coca-Cola just using those bandages in order for him to be able to heal up. Nero does have a view of a Shroud. But now Devon from the backside. Blank now able to eliminate Nero. Now makes it a 4v3. And this is what I'm talking about. GG Esports needs to learn from their mistakes. And now they are doing that. And now here comes. Oh no! It's going to be Kaya who will be taken down by Smile. This is a third party from afar.
Oh no, Young Galacticus is joining the fun right here in between the two teams who have been fighting all of the matches in Sanhok here in the area of bootcamp. Now with the joining of our Young Galacticus, this is not going to be looking so good for them as they would have less of the utilities later on. Look at that, Kaya, Boyshan, both heavily damaged and they need those healing equipments, but they are going to be confined in this building and cannot go out and around so much because again that could be very fatal for them as Young Galacticus has all of their eyes on our GG and even our GX in any case that they would go around the map. But with this push coming in from GG, will they take down the players of our GX one more time or will that be a revenge for the side of the GX?
For me, the advantage is still on the side of GG because Ice's HP is very low. Labo, though, will be able to eliminate Magdog, but here comes the defense. Claude
Ooh.
able to drop Shroud, and now it will delay things up now for GG to make that push. They will have to go back out for a little bit. Oh, actually, the knockdown happened now. As Ice gets out of the way, Boyshan will be confirmed. Ice will be taken down, though. And now Kaya will be taken down as well. Devon will go for the confirmation onto Ice. Now Claude will be... Oh, nice! For Devon. He was able to spot Claude. And now they survive with still 3 members left remaining. But they need to be careful because YG is nearby their vicinity right now.
Yes, and they could exactly join because they have that idea that GG, of course, wouldn't have that enough utilities, wouldn't be able to reset right away, so they could easily join. But by the looks of it, I don't think they would opt to do that for now and prioritizing getting inside the circle or just lurking around the area wherein the players from GG are at right now. But going back to that battle. 1-1, I believe, would be the point of our GX onto our GG. So let's see for the second Sanhok map who will actually claim one more point between that encounter and engagement inside of our boot camp area. But looking at different teams on the map, we have our time to quick still doing good. They're just around the middle portion of our leaderboard. So really not much of effort is needed so much, not unless of course that they would want to go on top. That means they need to do so much more because that is a 40-point difference between them and YG.
Exactly. For now, it's going to be KHI versus TPQ. Oh, Demios will be
Ooh.
spotted out in the open. We'll get headshot. Will be confirmed by Bunny. As TTQ now will have to also defend because, again, once you fire your gun in Sanhok, you'll be heard from far distance. And it's a very small map, so definitely you have to be careful. I think Austria is right on top of that hill, so they need to take care of themselves, especially if they're out in the open, just hiding behind those broken walls. China needs to be fully aware now of where TTQ would be located. They can try to, stay indoors like what Claire is doing right now. Try to wait it out for now for the circle to close up. It's just a minute. Oh, how
What
did
is that horse there?
how in the world is that horse up on the roof? I
I don't know too. I don't know. I was just as shocked as you, and I just hope that we had seen how did that travel from land to the rooftop. So I hope that they have a clip of that because I'm really curious how to do that. But for now, we can only imagine what happens during those moments, and that is probably full of laughter as well coming in from their end. But here we have here our Sin Esports just staying onto the foot of this mountain and also checking the surroundings if there would be other teams, but it seems like no one is actually within their vicinity, so they are quite safe. But looking at Sin onto the 20th spot, this is far from how we know Sin Esports.
Yeah, and for RNG, like what I just said, this circle is an RNG circle. So this means that they don't really have to move at this very area right now, which is in Painan. All they need to do
Mm-hmm.
is, like what we saw right now, all they need to do is just stay. Circle will still be within the reach now of RNG. I think I've watched this kind of circle before, Aya. Normally, it will stay in Painan, then eventually it will try to go up the hill, either of the left or the right side of
Yep.
Painan. So RNG just needs to stay. And if ever someone else or like another team would try to go to Painan, all they need to do is just, put good defense in order for them to defend their dropping point. But for now, it's going to be AF Fong looking at Nexus Vanguard, Joji, together with his teammate, trying to go down the hillside. And if I'm not mistaken, I think they're trying to clear out the area at that moment. But look at that. Newborn just tried to run past Nexus
Mm-hmm.
Vanguard. And nobody is trying to pull their trigger, Aya. So I think they're just not wanting to get themselves
Ooh.
spotted. But looks like Superboy gets XZ11. And now AF will now spray down on Newborns. XZXY and Foxy goes down. And only one player left for Newborn.
Oh no, 4 out of our newborns losing 3 out of 4 of their players. That is really big for them because they're also one of the teams who needs those points. Well, look at that. And Bimowek, the final player from the newborns, will now have to say goodbye together with the rest of our team newborns. So now with them being pinned down onto that 18th spot with only 14 points, that is just one game of a 0 point game here in their matches for today. So that is quite big for our newborns because, again, as I mentioned earlier, they need those points. They need this match. But it so happened that they were not able to survive those engagement, those final bullets. And as Moik says goodbye, he also and the rest of the team said goodbye to the chance of raking in those points here in the first Sanhok map. But moving on to our AF, this is also one of the teams who tried to take them down and also even took 2 points. So AF is actually doing quite good in week number 2.
And I'm Low gets one player of Rangers on the kill feed. And I'm not so sure if I'm Low played for week number 2 or week number 1, but in week number 2 is very effective and kind of like a lucky charm for S69. Look at
Mm-hmm.
S69's points right now. They're not at the bottom side of the rankings, but they're just right at the middle. So for S69, they just need to continue this aggressiveness. Jappy will get revived, 214 now. Will have to move out of the area because the blue zone will be able to eat them. But I think Romeo already has a view of 214.
Ooh.
So 214 needs to be careful with this spray, especially if this is coming from Romeo of Yangon Galacticos. It will be on point. But he's going to be all alone at this area, and he's just waiting for 214
Oh
to get
no.
closer so that the others of YG can help out.
This is going to be a huge, huge surprise travel with that jump coming from Moem, coming in from Kree.
Oh, no.
Romeo is not moving a bit, and he's not actually seen right here, and he's not moving an inch. He is not even breathing.
Oh, my goodness.
And they just went past
What?
YG Romeo, and Romeo did not open those bullets, not until his teammates actually started that fight, and they were all surprised that there is actually a YG Romeo boy in their on their back, because that is a huge backstab moment right there, and that was really impressive. And with this nade coming from Romeo onto 214 Lion, that will not be received. But for that 214, that happened very quick, and they lost 3 of their players in an instant.
Oh my goodness, Aya. What in the world that we just saw there?
Yeah.
Lion is now the last member of 214. They didn't check every single corner in that location.
They just jumped over him.
Exactly. They just jumped
funny.
over Romeo, and now they're gone. 214 is out.
Oh no, with 214 being out of the game, they would probably feel upset with what happened right there, and they would also probably laugh over what exactly had encountered in that match. But here, let's see who will laugh and who will be upset between those two teams. And one more, we have our young Galacticus chasing after the horse of our NX Super Loki, but Doji will be the first one to be knocked down from the end of Master Smile. But what a nice counterattack coming in from NX King WTZ. We have your Master Smile being taken down, and with that nade delayed push of WTZ, we have our 2 players on the left side. We have our Super Loki, we have our Doji being secured and confirmed right there, and we have a lot of things going on. We also have your Ossifer, and G actually actually joining this engagement, and with him securing that elimination onto our Nexus Vanguard, Super Loki will now be naded down by Say Cloud.
Say Cloud needs to be careful. There's gonna be another team who's gonna fire at will from that angle. Superboy, I think, will be the last guy for Nexus Vanguard, and more than likely, he cannot revive Super Loki anymore. And he's just waiting for any opening that he can see against Yangon Galacticos. Now, Say Cloud is just trying to check if he can actually go ahead and confirm that elimination. That one now. Right down happens. He might go down.
Ooh.
Oh, good thing he was able to get covered. And he was able to go down on his buggy. So now they know where Superboy is. They will be able to go for the heal up. But I think here comes the rotation coming from the rest of YG. So this means that Say Cloud will be left alone in the blue. And then the rest of YG will try to come into the, the circle. But looks like it's going to be just Say Cloud, because look at this. Smile is already down at the bridge. And they're being gate-kept right now by TTQ.
Actually, that happened quite earlier wherein they took down the players of our Young Galacticus and additional kill onto our Nexus Vanguard, securing and wiping the rest of the team now. The only player will be YG Say Cloud, and he is a bit far from our next safe zone, so he has a long way to go. But for the rest, we only have Erangel actually and Sin Esports, who are already situated inside of that circle, which means the rest needs to crawl and creep their way in order for them to be safe.
And for Austria, they need to get into the circle as well. They're just right on the edge of the blue zone, just within the playable area. Gens will be taken alive by the blue zone, so that's it for aggressive fight of Cambodia. As Say Cloud will still be alive, but will be spotted by Austria Esports. And YG will be eliminated, though they have 5 eliminations to take with them at the end of this matchup. Ooh, the blue zone will take Ranzer as well. It's just way too much now. No more heals, if I'm not mistaken, for the other members of Austria. And then for Alabo of S69, just looking at PBMS. Scotty just trying to back out. Itchy able to drop top. And looks like Austria is going to be gone.
Ooh.
Oh no, that's going to be it for Austria. All because of Burmese goals.
Burmese goals now stepping up their game with 4 eliminations right here, together with our time to quick with 4 at the same time. And those teams who are going to be on to the bottom side, S69 actually has that good chance of overtaking AF, but let's see what will happen later on. Time to quick, though, needs to go uphill and needs to cross these areas right in front of our KHI in order for them to get inside of our safe zone. But hearing those bloods, they could probably be gate kept by our key esports, not unless they would just stay around the outskirts and play the edge of the circle. Time to quick, Gus, just being very extra careful, trying to scope out the surroundings, because that would be one more team who would await them, which is our RNG in front, actually, of RPG, and that is Godspeed, spotting 2 of our players from the Rangers, and that is just within his range, perfectly executed. 2 now will be knocked down onto the side of Rangers.
And Jappy trying to avoid getting confirmed. Now, he's providing information for Nathan, but Nathan will be spotted by Liquid from behind. And now it's only going to be range for RNG, who will try to get into the circle now with that Murado. Now TTQ will have to fight against Burmese goals. It's going to be Myanmar versus Myanmar. Range now, I think he was able to get into the circle now. Trout barely got into the circle, just right at the edge. And now he will have to wait for these 2. Now Itchy will be spotted by Liquid. And now Liquid will try to confirm that knockdown. And I think it's just Godspeed now for Team Burmese Goals, who will be left standing, as Itchy will now be confirmed. As for TTQ, they will now try to get into the circle just on the northeastern side. Nathan will be confirmed by bleeding out. Rangers, Range is still alive. And they're just waiting for that last guy of Burmese Goals. Oh, actually, they spotted him already. It looks like Gus already knows where Godspeed is at. But they need to get in, Aya. Just a minute and 14 seconds left before this circle would close. It looks like they will not spot Godspeed anymore because of the downhill slope that he's gonna be running up against. So now for TTQ, most likely they will still be alive, and they're actually scattered right on the northeastern side, so that's good for them.
Yep, definitely good for them. But here we have your good shots. Coming in from PBMS, Pretzel once again eliminating the full squad of our S69. 2 for Pretzel, 1 for Ryman, and I believe 1 for Monboy right here. But that battle is far from over. We have here another one that is emerging from Sin versus our time to quick. Bunny would help his way inside, and he needs to actually stay safe. Meanwhile, for Rangers, he received so much of that damage, and with our BG being eliminated right here, being spotted from outside, now Max U will eliminate GG Shroud. At the same time, Mac Kornai will be spotted by Sin Ranked, and overall, we only have here, we'll make that one less team. We only have 5 in total because Rangers RNG was also nated down by Time to Quick Liquid.
That's 2 teams who were out, Max and Rangers. Now we're left with 5. Gonna be PBMS, GG, KHI, TTQ, and Sin. And KHI does have the north side advantage here with a high ground, actually. They also have some houses as cover. But the circle will eventually shift because we are now in stage number 6. This is like the third to the last stage of the circle. But currently right now, looks like TTQ, ooh, able to spot Claire. Got headshotted now by TTQ. And I'm not sure if, ooh, looks like they will try to push now. Bunny and Liquid inside the Coop RP. Now the 2 other TTQ will be trying to spray down from afar. As now Blanks will try to cook up a nade. Ooh, actually, they try to go for the crash, but nope, they won't go out of their vehicles. Blanks will be hit by the nade. Down to 5 HP left. Ooh, but will be spotted by Migs. Migs can try to go for another knockdown. Looks like he did. Was able to get the knockdown onto Liquid as well. Now for Zuki and Gus.
Migs.
They will try to go for the revive first. Nades coming from KHI Esports. Gus will try to go throw a nade as well. Claire will be confirmed. Now Zuki and Gus. Gus will try to go for the flank here at the backside at the blue zone. While Liquid will be revived, but then again, KHI will be spotted as TTQ just annihilated KHI Esports.
KHI lost his patience, and that was the downfall of the rest of our KHI. But now here, PBMS versus our Sin Esports. We have 1 more player left. That we Wacko versus everyone inside of our PBMS, and that is a wipeout again for side of Playbook Esports X Misfit International as they took down the rest of our Sin Esports. But their biggest opponents are right in front of them and even above their spot, as they're going to be coming from the lower portions. And this is going to be difficult once they run into a very, very open field. They need to use all of the smokes in order for them to be quite covered with their marathon, but I'm not sure if they have enough. I don't think they do, because they only have 1 smoke right here. So that is going to be a huge and a bold move right here with that vehicle push. Although that 1 player who will be left, which is Pretzel, will take most of the bullets coming in from our GG. And with this battle between these 2 teams going around, would be Monboy taking that shotgun right there. Coming in from Shroud. Time to Quick, though, already has 10 eliminations and is at an unstoppable performance. GG Devon will be spotted by Time to Quick Gus as well. Third party is real coming in from above. So this is going to be Time to Quick versus our GG and versus our PBMS. And with that name landing perfectly onto Monboy. Bye-bye for now for Monboy, leaving them with only Ryman alive.
And Ryman is trying to throw down. Ooh, actually got spotted by Kaya. And now GG Esports able to eliminate PBMS. PBMS ending this game with 9 eliminations. 8 for the side of GG Esports though. But if I'm not mistaken, double digits already for the side of TTQ. It is now going to be a 3v3. Looks like GG Esports will be able to revive the Von. Oh no, it's a 4v3 now, as TTQ was able to revive their own. Now the numbers advantage will be on the side of TTQ, but looks like the circle will be within the reach of GG Esports. This is going to be a battle of the utilities right now. They're going to be cooking it out. Bunny right now, holding that frag grenade. Ooh, the splash damage. I think it was thrown out by Shroud. The Von is now cooking together with Kaya. Looks like they're going to cancel it out for now. Another nade, but it's going to be way too short from TTQ. Nade coming from the right-hand side. You can see nades going to be thrown out by TTQ as well. But nobody's hitting anyone as of the moment. And looks like we're going to be at the final stage, which is stage number 9. Closing of the blue zone right now, Aya. And now, Liquid, try to throw up a stun. Nobody there. Ooh, Duki. Watch Shroud, go for the confirmation right away. But Kaya will go for the trade. And now, here comes GG Esports. Trying their luck, trying their best. And with one frag grenade, if they still have a frag grenade, they can try to go for the frag grenade kill, but no, they don't have any more. Kaya gets the knockdown. One knockdown as well onto GG Esports. Only one player left for them. Liquid now tries to go for the push, but no! He actually gets taken down. Now it's a 1v1. But Kaya will survive a 2v3. GG Esports wins in match number 1 for day number 2 here in week 2.
Oh my gosh, I was just very speechless. During those final moments, we're in good game Esports. We're the ones who took that winner chicken dinner. They are at a huge disadvantage, but they just stood their ground and they did their best to snatch away that chicken dinner from our time to quick. That was really impressive of our GG, and I just really commend this team in this match number 7 that we have seen. GG's for our GG, a well-deserved win, and quite an unfortunate one though for our time to quick, because they held on to that spot for quite a long time. They had those points, they had been dominating, they had been unstoppable, but I don't know what happened exactly. It feels like they were quite all over the place. They didn't have a solid plan on how to approach GG, and their numbers wasn't really their advantage during that moment. And for GG, their numbers wasn't their disadvantage. Look at this. We have a total of 12 eliminations for them. We have here 8 from Kaya's personal eliminations, Devon with 3, and Shroud with 1.
And you know what? It was all about Kaya. 5 HP left, or maybe 10 HP left. He was able to defend against 3 players of TTQ. Time to quick. They were just too quick with the push, Aya. But before we even talk about even further, let's go watch the highlights. Amazing ending that we have there. GG Esports getting the win over TTQ with that clutch coming from Kaya. 22 points is what they got here in match number 7. 18 for TTQ, PBMS. Got 14, 6 for Burmese goals. For Sin, they got 5. 5 as well for Yangon Galacticos, KHI with 4. And then Rangers with 3. So again, those beautiful plays from GG and TTQ, it gave them the opportunity to fight until the very end, but just so unfortunate for TTQ. They weren't able to clutch it out at the very end. But here comes the second half of the overall, or the match rankings. S69 has 3 together with Austria, AF, Nexus, Vanguard. As for Max and GX, they got 2 and 1. And then 0 for 214 and Newborns. I think the highlight of that matchup, besides the clutch of Kaya, was the highlight of 214 and YG.
Mm-hmm. Definitely. And now, as those points were translated onto our overall rankings, we have your YG with 70 points, GG now to the second spot, actually with 58, and having that 5 point gap onto SG, who haven't played yet, with 53, PBMS with 51 on the fourth spot, RNG with 44, BG with 43, tied up in time to quick, KHI with 39, Max with 32, and GX with 28.
And with this performance now of YG, they got 5 points. It basically gives them a smaller gap for the others to, try to come right past them in the overall rankings. GG with just only one game, even with no winner chicken dinner for GG, they can try to manage to go on top. For SG, they didn't play for match number 1, Aya, but
Yes.
again, they will play on the next Sanhok map, as they will be back for the next Sanhok map. But for now, top 4 teams here will be GG, TTQ, PBMS, and Burmese Goals. It's a combination of Cambodia, Myanmar, and Philippines, but still a lot more for the Myanmar squads. Burmese Goals. It was just so unfortunate, Aya, that Burmese Goals were like sandwiched between some teams, with Rangers also, and I believe so. The other team was PBMS, was trying to give pressure over to Burmese Goals. But again, the man of the match is going to be Kaya with 8 total eliminations, 811 damage, 329 damage taken with a 42% team contribution and a 22.32 survival time. This man was very dominant here in match number 7.
Definitely dominant for the side of our Good Game Esports, Kaya. That was just really impressive. Coming in again, I just can't get over with what happened during those final moments of Time to Quick in our Good Game Esports. I believe Time to Quick had a big advantage because they could cover several angles. Zuki actually had a good flank right there, but when he was knocked out, that was the moment wherein it dominoed onto the other players of our Time to Quick. They went down one by one. That aggression coming in from their side. Actually, I believe they were a bit too forward during those moments, but at the same time, GG Kaya really did his best to defend the team, even having a few HP left in his health bar. So kudos to him. He managed to handle the situation very well despite facing a lot of players still for Time to Quick. So well-deserved win again for the side of Good Game Esports.
Yeah, well-deserved win. I would say GG to GG Esports and
Yes.
TTQ in that final moment. I mean, you would say it's impossible for GG to win in that moment, but anything is possible here in PUBG Mobile. All you need to do is just focus, and what Kaya did there is just focus, hide behind the rock, wait for the players of TTQ to push. And the only error that TTQ did there, Aya, is they pushed one by one.
Yep.
If they didn't do that, well, maybe we can say that TTQ is the winner chicken dinner. But they pushed one by one. That was their mistake, and now they're on the second place here in match number 7. But again, they have to move on. They have to make that reset. If they have a coach or analyst, they just need to have like a little pep talk. Once they're done, they're going to be ready for match number 8. Again, match number 8 is another Sanhok map, Aya. And again, the circle, it's not the usual that we see normally for, tournaments wherein we see the circle going to the northern side. This season, I believe so, it's a much balanced circle now for Sanhok. It can come from anywhere in the map.
And that is indeed a very good match that we have seen for our first Sanhok map. So we are going to see one more for today, which is going to be in a few more minutes. And we are also going to have 4 Erangel matches and 1 final Miramar map. So quite a long stretch for today. I hope that you guys are doing well. Just to a quick shout out to everyone who's watching on YouTube. Shout out to It's Hype to Acid 10 Gaming official channel, to Angko So, I hope I'm pronouncing your names right, to Sol X Liang, to Zayar Minthant Ben, to Kotut, to Sao XCD, to Cameron Sowoon, to Authorities, shout out to Avon Coco, and to Thai Wun Long. Good evening to all of you guys, and I think we are gonna go on a very quick rest before we enter our second Sanhok map for today. And now we are now entering our match number 8 for week number 2, day number 2, and it is again gonna be in the map of Sanhok. So looking forward if we are gonna see more of those actions that we have seen, just like with previous match between Time to Quick and our GG, because those are really very intense that we want to see inside of the match. So with 3 more seconds, let's see if our players are already set for another Sanhok battle.
Yeah, and while we're watching, guys, don't forget to follow our pages on Facebook and on YouTube. PUBG Mobile Esports is the name, and you can discuss whatever thoughts you have, analysis that you have. I know there are opinions from each region and for each people that we have here. But then anyway, fly in to the second Sanhok map of the day. Let's go.
Hey, and now again in the map of Sanhok, brought to you by Techno and PUBG Mobile here in PUBG Mobile Challengers League Southeast Asia Summer 2025. We are in match number 8. Playing path is sort of similar, if I'm not mistaken. This is just almost exactly what we had earlier, right?
Yeah, exactly. Coming from docks in Kampong to the waters of ruins, which is what I just mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
And remember again the hot drop at bootcamp. But again, the groupings will be different now. Group B will not be playing Aya. So this is going to be GX not playing for today. So it'll be open for GG Esports in bootcamp. Rangers won't be playing as well. YG won't be playing as well. And Max won't be playing as well. As you can see now, TTQ dropping at Ruins. It is very peaceful for this grouping. Might as well for GG to make the most out of the situation right now, to loot everything up in bootcamp. Now the circle, where will it go for this type of game? Earlier we saw it in the middle of Hainan earlier, and then it went through the western side of Hainan, but now it is gonna be different, centering around just on the southern side of Hattin. And you can see that these players are just looting up, maybe making it quick, especially for those at the bottom side. And let's talk about PBMS. PBMS, again, really good with rotation, really good with picking up fights. And we saw them in the latter stages in match number 1 for today, which is match number 7. And unfortunately, that the stage number 7 circle did not go to their way, so that's why they were sandwiched by TTQ and GG Esports.
Speaking of GG, we have your GG Esports having a lot of eliminations. I believe that was Kai on the number 1 spot with 17 overall points. So with that win for GG, that really gave them so much of that confidence boost and that power boost. And now on match number 2, they can have a bit of that rest, not battling it out with our team Generation X, because they are again solo in the area of our boot camp. Meanwhile, for newborns, they're also having Pride of Resort all on their side. So right now, they're also having their sweet, sweet time. And the same goes for our PB, taking Painan away from RNG.
And for Painan, this is going to be open for PG, like what you just said, Aya. And again, Rangers is not playing in this match number 8. PG needs to be a lot better now, Aya, especially that they're at the 20th spot. They cannot afford to not join the Super Weekend anymore, Aya. Especially that they got 0 from the league rank points. The league rank points will be the basis on whoever will go to the grand finals, and it's good for PBMS because they got the 15 total points, and they were able to smash in just 3 games in the Super Weekend, day number 2. But for the rest, like NB, I would include NB on this list. PG, OF, AF, S69. They need to be a lot better in this week, because if not, again, they won't join the grand finals this coming June 13 and June 15. And speaking of tournaments, Aya, there is also a tournament happening all at the same time while PMCL is happening. And while I'm saying that, that's going to be NB versus NX. One
Ooh.
player goes down. That's Joji. They were trying to rotate, but one player got picked off. That's Joji will be the first blood of this game.
Unfortunate thing is happening for Zarvenex, and that is not only Joji going out, but also King WTZ joining in the fun. Not really fun, but that is fun for Zara Newborns as they took down one more of their players. But onto the other end of this area, we have Renex versus an Esports, but Super Logi will be the next in line for those casualties happening. And next is Vanguards, and Sinwako now on the move to eliminate Superboy, being the last player of our NX. This is not looking so good for our Nexus Vanguards. They have so much potential, especially coming from week number 1. They had a good run, but here it seems like it's not so good for them right now. With those few bullets right here, that will be Dale taking down the rest. And the final guy of our NX using that QBZ. The first team to be going back to the lobby would be NX.
And that was a really good play by San Wako. He was trying to bait the last player of Nexus Vanguard out. But before we even talk about that, let's talk about NB versus S69. Foxy will be dying in the process, while Labo is currently down and out. Master Rix right now. Gonna go for the heal, but now he has to back out. While Stitch will still be left inside his house, but he will be fighting against 3 players. Oh, he actually knocks one down, but unfortunately will die in the process. Everyone from S69 is now eliminated, courtesy of NB.
Ooh, nice one for NB. This is a redemption period for them as they have 5 eliminations already, although they need to revive Moek in the process. Now they are all good and up. We have in Osja, their next contenders from behind. I hope by the time Osja pushes forward, they are actually done with their reset, as this is going to be a full squad of Osja who would challenge and who would pressure them later on. But we have one more team on the western side of our Osja, so they also need to be wary of that opening. That is actually our GG. So in any case, this would be a 3-party situation. And with that nade coming from Oscar Nang X and the XZ11 got damaged so much together with Yaiko. But I don't think they would want to go for a push, or will they? I think they will probably just reposition for now.
Yeah, just a reposition for Ostia. Looks like they're just scouting. And this is what they normally do, Aya. They just get a vehicle, try to circle things around. Renzer waiting for that right timing. And actually, Kaya is right over there. And waiting for that fight to happen. Kaya will now back out. He will try to bait things out. Oh, look at that, Molly. Well, most likely hit Renzer. But I believe so. He was able to dodge the fire. But for now, they also have to think about the other island, because the other island, I think, has a view of them, which is the other players of GG. Now the circle has shifted all the way to the area where Sin and TTQ is currently at. 214 also has a really good position right on the right side of the bridge. Lazy Boy will go down, while Renzer, oh, he actually bumped at the tree. Oh no, he bumped also at the rock. And now he got damage, half HP on him. Moek, Yaiko, and XC11 is not really moving any muscle. Not providing any information. Now, XC11 will move. Try to throw a nade in. Now with 1 HP left. Ooh, actually Burn G will go down. It's Moek. Was able to get a glimpse of Burn G. Now the push here from Ranzer. But now Ranzer will try to get in. No, the DBS to the face, and now Ostia will be eliminated. NB just annihilated Ostia Esports.
Wow, I just said wow because 9 eliminations for NB quite this early. We haven't even reached 9 minutes inside of the game. So with our newborns being very explosive in this match, let's see how long will they last in game number 2 and if they aren't able to keep that momentum rolling by the end of day number 2. But look at that. We have PG Junai. I believe this is the first time that I will be seeing him inside of the game, although that would also be the final moments of Juneng here in match number 2, courtesy of OF Navy with 2 eliminations already, going for that smoke so that he can be covered, because onto his side there is also one more player of RPG, which is Lazy Boy, and even Mon Boy. But he is the one who actually spots Lazy Boy in the process, and that is gonna be one more kill onto the side of our BMS. But he's just making sure that he is going to be able to confirm without any hindrances from behind, without any teammates from Lazy Boy.
PBMS Monboy, more than likely they will be able to confirm Lazy Boy. As the rest of PBMS will try to go across that river. And you can definitely cross that river, even
Ooh.
though. Ooh, look at that! Nady able to headshot Monboy. And now this will force the delay with the rotation of PBMS. More than likely, that other guy that is still nearby Monboy will go for the revive. But again, for OF, they won't be able to confirm yet that knockdown. But more than likely as well is that the two other players of PBMS can try to get closer to OF and maybe try to pressure them in. But for now, the blue zone is now moving. AF also has to move out. And PG currently at the edge of the southern side of the circle will most likely gatekeep everyone who will try to get into the circle.
And now for our Burmese goals, they also had a lot of eliminations during our match number 1. But now we will see if they're going to be able to do that again here in this second one. With just 23 more seconds before that circle closes in, we have your PBMS Mon Boy now needing to cross that bridge in order for him to be inside of our circles. That's going to be quite of a long rotation for him. But for Scaddy, he is also already securing the spot and check the surroundings if there are actually teams staying within that vicinity. But the
Oh,
circle
wow.
is going to be tricky right here, moving away from the spot where PBMS, OFPD, and BG are at, and now going towards our 214.
This is going to hurt a lot of teams, especially Sin Esports and TTQ. I think GG can still try to cross the river. And then maybe the other two members, like Shroud and Boyshan, will try to get over to Kaya and Devon right at boot camp. And maybe they can try to push their way through the bottom side of that circle. As for 214, this is their circle now. All they need to do is make the most out of it as they are able to drop one. This is Clay Jr. OM now has I think he has the smoke. Actually set up the smoke here as of the moment. The other players of GOA, John and Pacquiao, trying to cross that bridge. Looks like they're going to survive for now, just under the bridge. For 214, OM is actually splitting it up. It's a 1-3 split right now for 214. They need to protect OM, Aya, because OM will be open right at the moment where other teams will be nearby the area.
Yes, and now let's move on and check AF versus our GG, but we have here a Peach versus Peach battle going on. Our kill feed, KHI versus our Sin Esports, just going for those trades right there. We're not quite sure if who is still alive. Rankin will receive those bullets once more. Goa Clay Jr. will be taken down at the same time. Sindale, Sin Rankin now having a difficult time, which means they only have one player left for the side versus Sin Esports. But for GG, they're still a full squad right here, and they would be facing AF later on. I just hope that we see what happened in between Sin and our KHI, because KHI actually still has 4 players left. So they managed to go for that reset for those knockdown players. Meanwhile, for Sin Esports, they did not have that privilege, and now they are going to play the rest of the game with only 1 player left.
Now the boot camp is going to be busy. The bond will be taken down. This is going to be because of Burmese goals, but Itchy will go down. That's going to be a trade knock. Again, Kaya is still on fire. He's still on point. On spraying down that M4. But now for GG, they better be careful because, again, there are teams nearby. And if I'm not mistaken, that is AF just right above them. Right after the 3 warehouses. Now for KHI, they have really no choice but to push Sin. Gens will go down though on the kill feed, all because of Nari. Demios will be taken down by Zuki of TTQ. Now the rest of KHI will try to go over to Claire. This is going to be blanks together with Claire now for KHI. Mix is still on top of the hill. Circle will still go to wherever 214 is at, and NP is right now at the middle. Still Aya. It is a three-way battle right over here at the western side part of the playable area. But you can see now AF and OF just right beside each other. Oh, look at that. Only a little bit of splash damage with that frag grenade by No Escape. And now Parker will go down courtesy of Burmese goals. Now No Escape will have to reveal himself. Oh, he actually gets the knockdown. No, it was Lion from 214. Now the third party comes in from 214 Esports, and AF and OF are all down.
Oh, that is just a good view coming in from our 214, even though we haven't seen that one. They were from the other area of the island, and now they're taking them down one by one. Meanwhile, for KHI Migs, he is taking his sweet, sweet time to take down the players of our TQ. But for the last player of City Esports, that would be Sin Cool, being mollied by one of the players of our Time Too Quick. Now facing a 2v1 situation, our KHI versus our Time Too Quick Kazuki right here will go for that frag grenade. Will that damage anybody? Just a little bit, but not enough for them to be taken down. AF in the process will be secured as well. And with Zuki going for that revive, now Claire will go for that push and will be able to secure that kill. Yes, will be the answer. And as KHI Blanks was knocked down, he has ample time to go for that revive. But in one more minute, the circle will push everyone in. And with BG going for those push of bullets onto our OF. What a nice spot coming in from Lil Yatka, trying to damage them one by one, but that would not be a confirmation, but just enough for them to go for those heals. And Paradise now will also be out too.
Yeah, OF will be out as well, as it was NB and BG who was trying to kill them, and it was unknown will be the last guy to be able to defeat on the side of OF, which is Nax, who was taken down. Now for GG, they weren't able to actually push all together, but they are now left with just Kaya, who is still at the 3 warehouses. And now for Burmese goals, they need to just stay for a little bit the outside. Oh, look at that. Claire will go down. Now it's going to be just blanks. They were just at the speedboat, and now they're all down. Blank will be down on low HP. The blue zone is not a friend, but Mitchie will spot Clay Jr. And now it's going to be 214 versus GOA. KHI will get eliminated. Only one player left remaining for GOA, and they're now going to be dead, all because of the blue zone.
What a struggle it has been for our Goa and for the rest of the teams who needed to cross those islands. But for 214, it is their favor that they are inside of the circle for the past zones and stages that we are having. Meanwhile, for Gigi Kaya, our previous MVP for our match number 1, and now doesn't have any kills on his name, and even far from the next circle, so he needs to do and go for that marathon right here. But Burmese Ghost would have to welcome him, but here one more is a welcome coming in from 214, and we have their Silent Gods in the process going for those exchange of bullets. 214 Cam will be DBS, Mitchie as well, and I guess 214 is in a huge trouble as Lion will now be left alone. They had a big privilege earlier on Kuku that they were situated inside the circle for the past 3 stages, but now that is an easy wipe coming in from SG.
And now Lion will have to defend 3 players of Silent Gods. Oh, actually 4 players now of Silent Gods. And they're now setting up the smokes. Oh, and there you go, Lucy. Ready with the S12K. Eliminated now. It's 214. I don't know what's happening with 214 Ayab. I mean, they have the circle, but they cannot defend.
Yep. That is exactly my question earlier on. They had been in the circle for the past 3 stages. They have all the advantages, but it's just really quite unfortunate that they lost their chance within just a few minutes when faced with our Silent Gods. And now for Gigi Kaya, he managed to get his way through, but for PBMS Monboy, he also naded down BG Lil Yatka right there. So let's see if this is going to be a good chance for PBMS, because they also had a long journey just to get inside of this circle.
Right now, it's going to be PBMS. Ryman gets unknown down. Will be confirmed though by Lucy. Third party coming from Silent God. BBMS cannot overcommit because they will be spotted. No!
Ooh.
They won't get spotted anymore because of that frag grenade. Itchy gets Pretzel down. And now they would need to back up. They would need to go for the revive first. Oh, but BBMS, Ryman on the flank, was able to spot Godspeed. Pretzel will die because of the molly. And BBMS will still have a chance here because of the man advantage against Burmese goals. And by the way, the circle has shifted away. It went back to Silent Gods. What is this type of circle?
This is really peculiar. Our circle is going to different places right here and right there for the side for the map of Sanhok in game number 2. But look at this. From afar, those will be the bullets of SG Miner going for that third party in between BG and PBMS. Now the bullets of PBMS are waiting for that movement coming in from Master Ichi, but will he move forward? I don't think so. NB Yahiko though spots PBMS Ryman, and SG Lucy would go for that kill steal on to him. BG Master Ichi struggling with healing up, and that would be him being claimed by the play zone. Now it all boils down to SG, PBMS, and the newborns.
Looks like BBMS, their Murado is currently stuck. They cannot really move at all. Monboy and Scotty will have to go for the healing game. They're now going to be 8-tapped by NP. The blue zone will now eat Scotty alive together with Monboy. And now makes it a 4v3. So NB is not within the circle as well. Silent Gods can just look at this area and they could just gatekeep newborns all together.
They could do that easily for the side of our SG. All the factors are actually in favor of our Silent Gods, the circle, the number advantage, everything. So let's see how well they would handle this one. Will it be a choke or will it be a successful one coming in from our Silent Gods? Just like what we've seen between our time to click earlier on in our GG. Let's see if that is going to happen. Or will they take hold of their advantage? Look at this. SG Lucy now being the first one to be knocked down and will be secured with that frag grenade coming in from the push of NB Yahiko. NB Moek though will be spotted, will be taken as well. SGMM nades down Yahiko. One more for the team of our Silent Gods. And Jarrell going for that flank that was just on point. And a chicken dinner now goes to our Silent Gods, who also took 2 winner chicken dinners yesterday. Now adding 1 more, which adds up to 3.
The momentum is still with Silent Gods from the Philippines. They're able to get a winner chicken dinner in a map like Sanhok, wherein it's very hard a winner chicken dinner. What a way to end that matchup. And it's, by the way, it's all because of that shift, Aya.
Yes.
It was not going to go to wherever 214 was at. He was trying to get away from it. And then once Silent God wiped out 214, now all of a sudden the shift of the circle went over to them. So it was just the luck of the circle, in my opinion. But still, good game, well played for Silent Gods. And look at their stats here. 10 eliminations total, together with that 10 points from the placement. So total of 20 points is what they're going to get in this match number 8.
GG's for our Silent Gods. I actually predicted them for today, so I think I still have that caster's blessing so far. As of day number 2 is match number 8. So they took home 10 eliminations. That just shows to us how well they gathered all of those eliminations quite early in the game as well. But first, let's see what happened exactly during those highlights.
Amazing, amazing highlights. Sanhok maps are done as we are now looking at the match ranking for match number 8. SG will get 20 points, like what I just said. And now 18 for newborns. BG gets 10. PBMS gets 8. HI gets 6 points. As for the rest, GG214 and OF gets 4. Again, it is just surprising to me, Aya. The 214 will only get 4 in this type of circle. The circle just went to them. It shifted all the way to 214. So for 214, they just need to think about how they play things out, especially if the circle will be within their reach or if it actually goes in favor to them in order for them to be successful at the latter stages of the game. But here are the other teams for the match rankings. GOA, TQ, and Sin gets 3. And then S69 gets 1. And then the rest would be 0. OF, or AF rather, PG, Ostja, and Nexus Vanguard. The two surprising teams would be Ostja and Nexus Vanguard only not getting anything from this match.
Yeah, that is really a huge thing for those two teams because they were really some of the teams on top. And speaking of on top, we have the overall rankings as of match number 8. We have here now SG on top with 73 points because YG did not play earlier. They will be pushed down onto the second with 70 points. GG with 62 now on the third spot. PBMS on the fourth with 59. BG with 53. Time to Quick with 46 and so on and so forth. GX will have 28. S69 will have 27. EF will have 25. 214 gets 22. NXO 22 as well as OF. Meanwhile, for Goa, that is going to be 19. Esports with 18, tied up with Ostja, and PG with 12. So what we are having so far, Esports, Ostja, these two teams were sort of on either on the top or towards the middle portion of our scoreboards for last week, but now they are on the bottommost part.
Now the top 4 teams for match number 8 is going to be Silent Gods, Newborn, Burmese Goals, and PBMS. 10, 12, 6, and 3. I believe so that PBMS focused on rotation, especially that they went from the bottom side. And then again, the rotation is going to be long. And then eventually the circle shift really hurt a lot for PBMS because they thought that they're going to have to crash over at that ridge area where they fought against Burmese Bulls. So that's why they only got 3. MVP will be Lucy with 4 eliminations, 585 damage, 306 damage taken with 28% team contribution with 19 minutes and 56 seconds survival time.
So GG's for SG Lucy for getting the MVP title as of match number 2. And I just like to say that SG Silent Gods, they were silent during week number 1. Not much of an explosive performance, but now they probably had their rhythm already together as a team, and their synergy is far better than last week. So now we are done with our 2 Sanhok maps. The first one was taken by the Good Game Esports. The second one was taken by the Silent Gods. And now we are moving on to 4 more Erangel maps. And again, the final finisher of the day would be in Miramar.
Yep. One final Miramar for today. And again, Erangel will be very important for every single team for today. Speaking of teams, Aya, let's talk about the rotation. It's going to be A, B, D, and E. We'll be playing for match number 9, which means that Group C will be resting for match number 9. It's going to be 214, Burmese Goals, GG, and Newborn. They will be resting for match number 9. So they will be back, which is Group B. So YG will be back, RNG will be back, Max, and Generation X. So we'll see them again here in match number 9 because I've read a lot on YouTube. They're asking where YG is. So again, every single map, we're going to have 4 groups. Certain groups will be playing for every single map. So for match 9, it's going to be A, B, D, and E.
So for now, those who are looking for RNG, for YG, for Max, and Generation X, that this will be the time that they are going to play inside of our first Erangel map for today. So again, just like what Kuku has mentioned, teams really need to do very well in this Erangel map because we always have most of the matches in this map. So let's wait and see for what will happen for our very first for today. But before that, we are going to go on a very short break in order for the players to settle down before we go inside. And now we are here in our first Erangel map for today. We just have less than a minute before we enter our match. number 9. Again, those teams that you were looking for previously in match number 8, now they are going to join in again for this match. Looking forward to how these teams will be playing in the map of Erangel.
Starting soon. Just brace yourself for 4 Erangels for today. This is not the normal lineup we're in. We only have 3. So again, 3 Erangels will be left right after this one. And let's see how the teams will play this one out. We've seen circles for Erangel. Sometimes it goes to, the area of Gatka, the mountains of Gatka. And then sometimes it goes to the bottom side. But let's find out as we now start match number 9 here in PMCL Summer.
Hey, and we are now going to be entering another Erangel map for week number 2, brought to you by Techno. Check out with PUBG Mobile here in PMCL Southeast Asia Summer 2025. Playing path coming from the northern side onto the area of SMB. So quite centered plane path, which means either west or east could be quite accessible for all of our teams. Now we are gonna check again, will there be teams who are gonna be contesting for the same dropping point?
I would say that Yasnaya would be an area where YG can go, but looks like they will go instead to the Georgia Pole South area. Because in the previous day, Aya, if you remember, Young and Galacticos tried Yasnaya Pollyanna, and they were very successful in that dropping point. So they can really adjust every single game. But look at this one now. RNG and I don't know which team this one is. There's it's Ostja, who's now going to be landing together with RNG. Looks like Jappy will try to get the vehicles right around Pochinki. But looks like Ostja will just run past and will try to go to their usual spot in Gatka. Now the circle, it will generate right on the northern side, just right above Rozok is the middle portion. Goa in the Nexus Vanguard. It'll be interesting, Aya, on how they will try to do their rotation, especially that it'll be, a long rotation is what they're going to have for later on.
Really, really long rotation, most especially those who dropped onto the southern portion of our Erangel map, because that is an extreme north journey that they will have later on. But for Nexus Vanguards, they're still quite unbothered with everything that is happening, just going for those loots in order for them to be equipped for the battles later on. But again, talking about Nexus Vanguards, their performance declined significantly from week number 1 on to week number 2. I'm not sure if it's because the other teams had already learned their lessons during week number 1 and now applying it on the week number 2, and probably not much of that adjustment had been executed from the end of our Nexus Vanguards, or it's just really something internal. So probably we will learn that later on if they're not going to be doing so well during the super weekends, given that they are actually on the verge of losing their spot now that they are on the 15th, actually tied up with our OF, and a lot more chances can still go to our Goa, Sin, and Ostja.
In Goa, you can see their sense of urgency. They are now able to get their vehicles, and more than likely they will make a quick loot out of Sovsnovka military base. Eventually, they will rotate all the way to the bottom side of the circle. As for TTQ, they usually land around Ferry Pierre, Bunny, just busy with the looting phase. For Paradise Esports, still needs a lot of improvement. And again, for Paradise Esports, I'm expecting a lot from this team, most especially that we saw their performance during the 32nd Southeast Asian Games, Aya. But looks like there's a lot of adjustments that they need to do, especially now that they're going to be playing here in PUBG Mobile Challengers League. These are the top tier teams in the rest of Southeast Asia, like
Yes.
Myanmar, Philippines, Cambodia, and also Singapore. So they need to be ready all the time, and they need to improve now especially now that we are in the second week and there's only like how many games left, including this matchup, Aya. So there's like 5 left for today, and then there's 7 tomorrow. So a total of 12 games left in order for them to prove that they can qualify to the Super Weekend this coming Saturday and Sunday.
Mm-hmm. A lot can still happen actually. Tables can still turn around the 180 degrees, just like others can rise up so quickly and push others down, most especially if they go for those eliminations, just like what we have on the screen. Top 5 eliminators. We have our PMS Pretzel being the number 1 with 19 eliminations, GG Kai with 17, Time to Quick Liquid with 14, Say Cloud from YD with 12, and SG Minor with 12. So that was very quick. That's why I wrapped my way out of reading through those top 5 eliminators. But as what we have seen, it is a mix of teams from the Philippines, team from Myanmar. I'm not quite sure if that was there was a team from Cambodia, but overall, that had been those players are the ones who actually were the key players in their respective teams, gathering and raking in so much of those elimination points.
And speaking of getting elimination points every single game, you're gonna really expect Young and Galacticos to do that. Again, they're really a strong team with their composition of lineup. Mernat, Smile, Romeo, Say Cloud. These are like MVPs in their own name, Ian. That's why YG is very successful when it comes to playing this region, and that's why they're the kings of Rondo as well. When we had the Rondo Cup. As for this game, though, looks like they won't do those positioning wherein they will have to go through the mountain of Gatka. So it'll be very interesting on how Young and Galacticos will play this. Probably they will try to rotate late. Ooh. As I was talking about YG, Saycloud is currently down right now. And this is courtesy of Austria Esports. And Saycloud will be confirmed by top. That's going to be the first blood of the game. A very late first blood, just right around 7-minute time. And looks like Austria will try to stay first here
Mm-hmm.
at the 4 houses. Or I believe so, just 3 houses. With 1 small shack just right nearby the garage area. As for YG Aya, they will now to rotate away from Austria for now. But they will probably come through other teams, so they have to be careful.
Mm-hmm. Everyone would really need to be vigilant with how the points are turning out right now. Look at this, KHI facing it with Young Galacticus, but YG is actually not taking that challenge and escaping the situation because they already lost Say Cloud. They cannot afford to lose any more of their players quite early in the match. Claire, though, would still pressure our Young and Galacticus, but I don't think that would be enough for him to make them stay and make them take that U-turn. So for our Young Galacticus, they were decided that they are going to move forward and they are going to go for that rep position because 16 teams are still up and alive and they cannot be the first ones to go. We are just nearing our 8-minute mark inside of the match as that stage number 1 closes in. So for the rest of the teams, they are quite quiet at this point, Kuku. Probably really trying their best to stay alive as a full team at the end of the match.
YG will now take this houses just right below Severny. TTQ try to rotate. Looks like they're gonna go through the water town area. Circle will now close in. Still centering around Rozok, and looks like S69 will get the circle together with RNG. Look at how RNG is getting themselves located here in this circle. Jappy will be the center right now, and the rest will have to go to wherever Jappy and Range is currently at. So for Rangers, they will have to cross that bridge, and they have to be careful because if I'm not mistaken, you can see their Austria right nearby the area, and you can see the others also in position as well, like KHI, who's already on the high ground advantage, just right in the middle of the circle. But look at this one now. Like this Vanguard versus OF. Ooh, but look at this. PG versus KHI. Claire versus Bakiem. Claire now has the S4K. Looks like Bakiem will try to throw up a nade. Will not hit Claire. But here comes the cavalry from KHI. Is the Paradise Esports ready? As you can see now, Honda trying to go for that backside flank support. Oh, the nade though will knock down Bakiem. Migs able to get those nades in. Another one goes down for PG. Honda. And that's going to be Zyle from KHI. Zyle just subbed in here for KHI Esports. But look at this. The third party coming in now for Team Max. Both teams need to be careful. Junang comes in now. Junang down to low HP, but he cannot find Claire. As Claire will spray him down with a QPZ. KHI will need to reset. Demios and Migs is now getting revived by Zyle and Claire.
Oh no, there is a third party coming in from behind. That would be S69 Labo securing PG back him. RNG could also have that chance to also join that engagement, but first they are quite focused on Team Max. And that would be Max Coronai being secured in this game. PBMS though is still facing it with this team right in front of us, but I guess they would opt to escape and bail out and just focus on the next things that could happen right here. Look at this, RNG Jibna a few hundred meters away from PG Honda, but PG Honda says, nope, I would have to leave that crime scene because my comrades have already fallen in that spot, and I would not want to go for the next one. But PG Honda Lizzie Boy run into S69 Snitch in the process. Good thing for them that they actually survived that one.
Yeah, and it's all because S69, they were left alone with only one player at this very area. So this means that, oh, look at this one now. Here comes the backup from S69. They're now looking for Lizzie Boy. They cannot revive Honda, and that is it. S69. A revenge play for Snitch. But they need to be careful also. Look at the mini-map, Aya. Some teams nearby the area. And good play for S69. Setting up smokes first before they try to loot up. Circle will now shift again. It will now center around Team Max and Rangers. As you can see now, OF, Nady going for the spray down onto AF. It's just so sad, Aya, that these teams, the ones that are needing to qualify through the Super Weekend, they're the ones fighting each other now.
And with that engagement and encounter in between them, now we have also OF versus AF, and Naksh actually was confirmed by that play zone. And next Superboy 2 will be confirmed. That is courtesy of AF Fong. And AF being on to that 12th spot, they're doing a lot better as compared to our week number 1. But as I have mentioned, that one, Parker now will be taken by OF Astro, and Nady providing a bit of that cover coming in from his side onto AF Fong. So he's focused onto his location, but I don't think he has that direct access. But as he told him that, we have your few players getting nearer and nearer to AF Fong's location. But the problem is more teams are around to join the engagement.
And the one joining in is PPMS. Pretzel gets Baby Spicy down. Now Astro will try to go for the push onto Fong. Oh no, Fong! It was ready for action. He was able to knock him down with the S12K. Now AF, now Fong will have to be careful because again, PPMS is within the vicinity. Now try to spray down onto Fong. Fong is just down to 1 HP left. Nadi's now making a flank. Going for the push. Ooh, now AF will be eliminated in the process. Baby Spicy will be confirmed as well. OF now will be left with only one as we're looking on the kill feed. Jarrell able to spot Nero and will confirm that elimination. A lot of things happening in the blue zone, Aya, and at the same time, a lot of things happening off cam. And again, this is again with the circle shift going to the northern side. Now makes it hard for teams like OF and PBMS. But the update now here for KHI looks like they're all healthy and up and alive. But they're now nearby S69 as they are able now to take that very small compound. I think Demios will have a view of them right now, but ooh, look at that. I say on the kill feed will be taken down. I think SG and GX are actually fighting each other.
Definitely, that is what we have seen in the kill feed, and here what we are seeing is Goa versus PBMS going for that rotation, going for those bullets, but that will not connect so much. Zone pressure is indeed real for everyone who are coming from a far location, as compared to those teams who are already inside. Speaking of inside, we have City Sports, Team Max, and RNG taking the circle all for themselves. Although in the southern part, we have our Osja and Time to Quick. They could have a chance as well onto sharing that ground. But for SG, they still continue on with their engagement with our Generation X, scouting those players who are on top. I think he wants to go for that elimination, but GX Coca-Cola will now be seen by our team Silent Gods, and that is not only our GX actually, we also have Sin Esports within the vicinity.
Oh yeah. Well, for SG now, they can try to go for the push onto Generation X. I think Coca-Cola has been struggling so far in this tournament of PMCL, and it is Claude and the rest of Generation X who's trying their best here. So I think this is a wake-up call now for Coca-Cola. Since then, that he has more experience in PMCL level, he needs to step up. And right now, Silent Gods, after that knockdown, looks like they will not try to go for the push for now. They're gonna be avoiding teams as well as S69 who's just nearby. Ooh, but speaking of S69, Master Rix goes down, courtesy of Yankon Galacticos. But look at this, PBMS. Looks like they're gonna now push this tunnel area. And they now hear Claude just right below. This is so bad for GX.
So bad for him. Coca-Cola was now confirmed, and one more will be left. GX Claude anticipating that push coming in from PBMS as he prepares that frag grenade. But PBMS would not linger so much onto that area, and they would probably push a bit forward. Now here is X69 versus our Silent Gods. And look at that, S69 Labo was been spotted, and Miner as well, though. 1-for-1 trade is what we're seeing right now. FJ Lucy holding this nade onto S69. I'm low. Will he make I'm low, or will he just receive more of those damages? But as PBMS moved forward, they actually run into our Sin Esports, and Sin Esports got so much of those bullets. They already lost 3 of their players, but not finished. We have here one more elimination coming in from our Young Galacticus. They just joined that engagement perfectly as they took down Ryman, taking down Scatty as well as Monboy, and one more will be left, but he is quite out of this scene. And speaking of out of the scene, the rest of PBMS will now be eliminated on the 14th spot.
Yeah, and YG stops PBMS, and they went on a third party, by the way. So they fought against Sin, that eventually YG just put more pressure onto PBMS. Look at Charol just crawling, and he got seen by I'm Low, and now Lucy will be the next one, as the S69 will still try to spray onto SG. Lucy will be the last member, I think, for Silent Gods. They still have a lot of time. They are inside the circle, so Lucy has to just be patient. Oh, he actually got spotted already, and now gets in the buggy, but will be spotted by the rest of S69. And now they're going to be out after winning again. They cannot reset altogether onto this next game. Circle has shifted now still onto the side of Team Max and Team Rangers. YG does have control right now on the northeastern side, but they have to fight against GOA and Rangers.
Oh no, look at that. Nexus Vanguards being eliminated again onto our 11th spot with 0 eliminations. That is really going to take a toll on their performance and on their overall rankings. But look at that spray coming in from YG Romeo. That was really on point, taking down our player from Goa in just one spray down. And YG now was able to secure that edge of the circle while throwing the nade. Romeo boy holds that well onto Clay Jr. Will that be received? And yes is the answer. An explosive elimination will be dealt on to Goa.
And YG right now has their eyes set on KHI. Romeo will now try to maybe go to his buggy. KHI is just crawling their way through the eastern side of the circle. Jibna in range for Rangers is right at that compound where there's like two houses right beside each other. Ostja, still alive, by the way, with 3 players strong. But again, this is so very unlikely of Ostja. Look at their position in the overall 19th with only 18 points. This is not the Ostja that we know, Aya.
Definitely not the ostrich that we know. So let's see if how will they be able to climb their way up towards our leaderboards and the overall rankings. So speaking of climb, we have S69 Amlo trying to climb a bit forward here as he crawls his way in, and that is going to be the same thing for Sin Cool later on. So these two players would probably meet in the middle as Keichai will be spotted. Also top will be confirmed by our time to quick in the kill feed, and also Ferngito will be the one spotting that crawling S69 I am low, and as he sets up this smoke, he also needs to hide himself because they are only left with 2 players and they really need to make up for the points that they were not able to get for yesterday.
When Cool will steal the kill away from Ostja.
Ooh.
By the way, Sin is still alive. I thought they were eliminated already earlier on with PVMS, but Cool is still alive. OF will be eliminated. Now we're down to 8. And right now, YG still in control of the higher ground. Zyle right now getting hit by those single shots by the M4 of Mernat. Gus, though, will get one on the kill feed. But eventually for YG, they will need to battle against Rangers, who is still left remaining with 3. But I think 1 player is already knocked down for Rangers, so they need to go for that revive. And I think Range will try to go for that attempt. Now, Cool will have to get inside. Labo already looking at Cool. It looks like Labo will have a few with that legs of Cool. And there you have it for Sin. Only 2 eliminations in this game. And S69 still doing it. Look at that 69 Aya. 1 player left, but they have 7 eliminations.
Ooh, nice one for our S69. Slowly but surely climbing towards the top, although they're just left with 1 player right here. They could still have a chance later on. Meanwhile, for the rest, they're going for that edge gameplay right here because the middle is taken by our team Max actually. We'll be down to Quick Liquid, just circling around right below our Austria Esports. He would not go for that push, but with this Molly, will that reach? I don't think so. So let's see what is actually the plan of Time to Quick Liquid. Gus is also there right beside him. Zuki is here from afar, probably the one who would provide for that cover. A nice push coming in from Liquid. 1 player will be down and make that 2 for the side of our Time to Quick. S69 though, as we have mentioned, they had a lot of eliminations, but they were also eliminated already. Young Galacticus holding a good spot to gatekeep RNG, and also is one of the teams who has a lot of eliminations with 8 right now.
The mix for KHI able to get into the zone. Is all the remaining player left. KHI range though will be spotted by Smile, and this gives him information to Jibna and Nathan. Jibna will try to get his buggy up, but more than likely they will just focus in the circle. YG is just right at the edge of the circle currently, and they're just working on the blue zone as well. They're just following the blue zone together with how it closes. Jibna will try now. He tries to go through the smoke, just scouting the players of YG. Looks like they're going to go for commitment. Jibna is actually going to be on low HP. SOK to the side of the body of Jibna. And now they will try to confirm it. For now, Range will try to cook up a nade, but Romeo will now throw up a nade of his own. Range will cancel out with frag grenade as Nathan will try to go for the closer. Oh, but look at that! The third party from afar, the MK14. A gun that we don't usually see, Aya.
Yep.
Now being used, and YG, they'll be saved by Team Max, and Rangers will be eliminated, and now we're down to 4.
Young Gun Galacticus, welcome back. 10 eliminations, making a mark again in this match number 9. Although they have a huge disadvantage when it comes to numbers right here, they are really making up for the loss of two teammates right there. But for Mix, he is just pretending to be part of the buggy right here, just below our rock formation. He would probably not move until we only have here the final player in front, and if that circle will not be in his possession. But for Time to Quick Zuki, they're slowly getting near to our Team Max, who has a good hold of the compound here, mind you. So for Team Max, they're just taking it chill, and I think they have a good chance of winning this game.
Yeah, a lot of chances for Team. I would say Team Max and TTQ. TTQ would be on the bottom side of the circle. Oh, look at this. Master Smile is just welding the Dasha. And you can definitely use this, Aya. A feature that is only available in PUBG Mobile.
Yes.
And now they can use that Dasha for later on. Maybe they can try to use it to, crash at the compounds where Team Max is at. Or they can try to push it slow, Aya. They can try to use the ridge advantage that they have right now. Eventually, they will have to get away from that because it is already stage number 7. And we're still waiting for that last circle, which is in just 3 seconds. We will have to close it in. So just a minute and a half. We're going to have to close this circle in. We're going to have our final circle. And then after that, stage number 9 will be the...
Ooh.
Oh, look at that! Migs is on fire right now. It's being cooked. And how in the world is he still alive, Aya?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Migs.
That is a very, very lucky moment coming in from Mig, surviving that molly. He received almost all of those flames and he still survived that, Cuckoo. So nice one for Migs, but I don't think he can escape any longer once Time to Quick pushes his spot. Those are 3 players right here, but with the snake coming from Migs, will he be able to knock down one? Let's see that. And as we have our Time to Quick Liquid, will Migs really go for that push? But nope. Will be the answer. He canceled that out. So with Time to Quick Gust right here, Time to Quick Liquid, do they know exactly that Migs is right here, or are they just jesting if someone is staying in that spot?
And I think Migs canceled out that frag grenade. He's just waiting for that right timing, and the right timing is not yet now. I would say the right timing is by the time that the blue zone closes, so that we can have the final circle. Just 7 more seconds left. YG now. They're going to be together in that buggy. Maybe they're just giving out some items. And now for TTQ. They get closer. Together. The blue zone already had closed Aya. And now we have the final circle. Mix needs to crawl over in order for him to be inside. So he needs to make a play right now.
I'm not sure if Time to Quick exactly knows that Migs is right here. Probably they were checking earlier on because they did not push. If they know that Migs is alone in this spot, that is a no-brainer. They would go for that elimination. But nope, they didn't. So in any case that they aren't really sure that Migs is here, that could be a huge surprise for the side of our Time to Quick. But let's see, stage number 8, as you've mentioned, will close in a few more seconds, and everyone is on a ceasefire. They're quite quiet at this point. YG onto the northern side, Team Max still staying confident and comfortable in their compound. Meanwhile, for the rest, they're having their plans out. Let's see whose strategies will actually stay on top.
And you know what? The reason why TTQ is not looking at that rock anymore is because of the molly.
Yeah,
they
exactly.
They thought that that molly will just burn Migs alive. That will just be the rest of KHI, but Migs did survive that Molotov, and now he has that chance to crawl all the way through, and TTQ won't have any idea that he's just right behind them.
Definitely, because they thought that again, that molly would be enough, but Migs is just really built up still. Look at this, Liquid is actually quite open, but Migs can not go for that push of bullets because, you know, trigger discipline would be much more beneficial for him later on. So now, just staying and watching from the sidelines, everything could happen and emerge in front of his eyes. 2 minutes and 37 seconds left right here. I don't know what Migs can do later on. He would probably just need to let everyone else battle and just wait for the perfect timing. But look at those nades coming in. YG, Team Mac exchanging utilities already. With those balls coming in from time to quick, they're starting the battle with our Team Max.
Slowly but surely, Mix is still alive for KHI. Now, looks like Team Max has their eyes set. Oh, look at that Mix now!
Ooh.
Makes his first move. Knocks
Surprise.
Liquid down. And they're now surprised. The two players of TTQ, they cannot go closer to their teammate. But look at this one now. Plays now being made by Team Max. YG's left with Romeo. Romeo just hiding behind that smoke. Now ready with that frag grenade. Gus is currently down as well. Oh, the nade actually from Romeo. And Migs actually knocked down Gus as well. So it's a 1v1 over there on the left-hand side. And it is also a 1v2. And now makes it a 1v1. Oh my goodness, Romeo. This is unbelievable. But KHI will be eliminated. And now it's going to be a 2v1. Romeo versus Gus and Zuki. Nades coming in. Now the blue zone will also hurt Romeo, but this is just it for YG. The denial in the blue zone. But that is just so unfair for the other teams. YG Romeo, he defeated he defeated Team Max on a 2v1. But again, congratulations to TTQ. Able to survive that surprise attack by Mig of KHI. Able to get the winner chicken dinner for match number 9.
That was our answer. They really did not know that Migs is still right behind that rock formation. But again, them getting this winner chicken dinner really bound to happen. So Time to Quick now has a lot more of those points. So they could definitely push their ranks towards the top of our leaderboards. Before those others, nice performance as well coming in from Young Galacticus, taking a lot of those elimination points. Look at this winner chicken dinner stats that we have here. 5 limbs coming in from them. 2 would be coming from Liquid with 265 damage, but the most is actually coming in from Time to Quick Zuki. So with 15 additional points, Time to Quick, this is indeed a good game for them.
Yep, total of only 5 though, I am. I think they basically just tried their luck with the circle. This is a very difficult circle, to be honest with you, Ian.
Yep.
It's very open. The only compound was with Team Max, and that is not within the middle of the last circle as well. So they were forced to back out. They were forced to get out of that compound and battle against the YG. And by the way, it was a 1v3. But before we talk even further about that, let's watch the amazing highlights. And those were the clutch moments in match number 9. And match rankings is now up. YG still, even though that they weren't able to get the winner chicken dinner, they are now the top #1 team in match number 9. 19 total points with 13 total eliminations in this match alone. TTQ gets the winner chicken dinner, only able to get 5 elims, so total of 15. S69, this is again the most surprising thing so far for this week.
Yes.
S69 is really making a really good push for them to be included in that super weekend. But still, the same performance is being shown by Paradise Esports, who only got one here. Another surprising thing here is Nexus Vanguard. This is their second
Mm-hmm.
consecutive game wherein they got only 1 or 0 point.
Exactly. And as I've also mentioned earlier on, Nexus Vanguards being on the bottommost part, that is an unfamiliar moment for them. So let's see if they will be able to bounce back. But here, these are the teams on top of our overall rankings. 89 for Young Galacticus being on the first spot right here. On to the second, we have our SG with 75, PBM is on the third with 65, GG with 62, Time to Quick with 61, BG with 53, tied up with KHI, RNG with 52, Max with 39, and S69 with 36. So as you can observe right here, there are teams who already played 8 matches and some who just played 7. So by the end of day number 3, they would all have equal number of matches. So NB here on 11 with 32, AF with 29, tied up with GX, OF with 25, 214 with 22, tied up as well with NX and Austria, Sin with 21, Go with 20, and Peach 13. A lot of contenders cuckoo for the top 16, especially those teams around 14 to 17. So all of them would need to step up their game.
A very unfamiliar territory for Austria Esports. Top 17 in the in the qualifiers for Super Weekend week number 2. So again, Austria needs to be better. They should be better than this, Aya. And if not, they're probably missing Skynin. But MVP now would be Liquid for TTQ with 2 eliminations, 265 damage, 246 damage taken with 26% team contribution, 2754 survival time. And in my opinion, TTQ was just very lucky with the circle earlier on because YG was very busy fighting against Team Max, and they didn't really had the good part of the circle. That's why YG weren't able to fight TTQ at the very last part. But the head-to-head here happening here between SG and YG. 3 chicken dinners for SG and then 2 only for YG. And then when it comes to elimination and damage, it is all about Young Galacticos. Again, expect them to be really good every single game. If not getting the winner chicken dinner, they are still able to get those eliminations.
And given that Young Galacticus just played 7 matches, they have a lot more space for those points to be added onto their current ranking and standing as of the moment. So for Young Galacticus, again, a very, very explosive team and a very consistent team from last week up until this week. They are still maintaining that same performance.
And performance-wise, let's talk about the sponsored phone that we have currently for this tournament. Again, it is powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350. The Common 40 Premier 5G delivers seamless and efficient performance for both everyday tasks and demanding gaming sessions. Plus, with a one-tap AI flash snap, you can easily capture sharp and flawless photos with just one tap.
Definitely, if you were talking about performance, this is also the device with the best performance that you can have at a very affordable price and at the same time with all the good specs that you can have in a device. And don't forget to check out our Tecno Camon 40 Series Premier 5G. So that is our sponsor, our official smartphone partner for PMCL Southeast Asia Summer 2025. And one more for you guys to experience is unrivaled power with the PUBG Mobile X Shelby collaboration, which is available right now on your PUBG Mobile in-game apps.
Yeah, and I haven't really gotten yet the skins for the Shelby American collab, but I did got just recently, just before we started this day, I just got the new skin here with the Attack on Titan X PUBG Mobile. You would see Titan transformations, Orion gear, and more. Like the skins that I just got, which is the Armin set. So, guys, if you haven't checked it out, the only way to live is to fight. So, fight for your lives. And right now, Aya, we're halfway through now. But before we proceed, let's go on a break. 15-minute break for us, Kuku TV and Aya. Will be right back.
Shelby as a lone companion. It would never betray, never turn back. It is unlike anything else in this world. Some people rely on their brothers, some rely on their luck. But relentless few only believe in the steel beast. Cannot erase.
And we are back for match number 10. Another Erangel. We still have 3 Erangel maps for today. So just hang on to your seats, sit back and relax. I just hope that you already ate your dinner, because we did. Me and Aya already ate our dinner. So we'll have more energy to spend with you guys live right now in the YouTube and on Facebook. So guys, don't forget to follow our channels so that you can be up to date with any news about PUBG Mobile Esports. For now, we're gonna see if TTQ can make a back-to-back win here as we go in to the map of Erangel. This is gonna be the second map of Erangel for today, so let's go.
Let's go, and now this is match 10. 20 overall for our group stage week number 2. And as we are having plane paths coming in from the southern portion, western side of the Sanhok military base onto northern portion of shooting range.
So this is a very easy flight path, especially for those teams who are going to be dropping right around the western side part of the map. But it's going to be hard for those who are going to drop around the eastern side. Let's talk about the groupings, Aya. This is the second Erangel for today. Group A won't be playing this time around, so this means that the rest of PBMS, Nexus Vanguard, Ostia, and KHI, they won't be playing for this match. So this means that there'll be a lot of locations that are open. Gatka will be very open, especially that Ostia is dropping at that location. I would also say that Novo Rep Noye will be open as well, especially that Nexus Vanguard is not playing. So we might see some teams who will be borrowing those drop points or drop locations for the meantime.
Yup, but look at this. SMB being taken by 2 teams sharing that same ground. Team Max together with Team Goa. And I heard those bullets already coming in from our S69 onto our OF. And they already lost one of their players for the side of OF. And now S69 versus AF. So there are a lot of happenings right here. The other half is battling with our AF. The other half of S69 is battling with our OF, AF and OF. So now that AF already lost one of their players, this is not looking so good. But S69 already had 2 eliminations.
And S69, sticky bomb on the way, boom! And nobody will be dropped by that sticky bomb. I want to see someone get dropped by the sticky bomb, Aya. That's my dream. Oh, but Parker's dream is to drop one down. 2-man down already for S69. And now for S69, they'll be left with only 2. But they're not coming from this compound. Looks like they have dropped right around Gatka. So it seems like those lower teams that are on the bottom of the overall rankings, Aya, they did try to borrow Ostia's dropping point. And 3 teams, OF, AF, and S69.
Yes.
Is now on a hot drop.
They are all sharing that same ground. Together with one more team, I believe that is 214. Just within the vicinity, I just have seen partly, yes, one player, which is lying right here in front of OF Nady. Will he go for the push? I think he will with that frag nade in hand. Now preparing it onto Nady, but Nady is doing the same thing with that nade. Ooh, perfect landing. Courtesy of Lion, he gives that roar into that match with the follow through of those bullets from that shotgun. Nice one coming in from Lion. 1 point goes now to our 214 with a decline of performance coming in from 214. I just hope that they also go for that bounce towards the top later on, just like Goa actually and PG now being situated on the 19th and 20th spot. These teams are quite in danger. Let's also include Sin Esports. So hopefully they would have their chance to rise and bounce back again stronger in the next matches.
And 214 now, Kree will try to bail out from the scene. It seems like they're going to be focused on looting for now. Again, it's very early. 4 minutes on the timer has elapsed, Aya, so it's better to just, avoid these fights so that they won't be delayed with the rotation. And if this will be very effective for the side of 214, then they will have to do, the same strategy for the rest of the games to come. But speaking of, circle here, Aya, it is still going on to the northern side of our map. So there, it's kind of like going to that northern side here for a couple of games now. And you can see that Generation X has that Severny area right with them. So they can easily, rotate from one place to another and, try to get that middle portion of that circle. For the meantime, it's going to be Team Max who'll be borrowing the drop location of Nexus Vanguard. So they'll be quiet for now. As for
Mm-hmm.
Rangers, from Pachinki now, an early rotation going to the northern side. And this has been the calling card for RNG, Aya. They
Mm-hmm.
always try to get to that middle portion of the circle first. They don't really care about having less loot. They care about the objectives and that what makes them, very effective for every
Mm-hmm.
single game.
Yep, the circle, the middle portion of that safe zone is their priority so far. So with the movement, let's see if that will be favoring them later on. Meanwhile, for time to quick, also just staying near the bridge. So in any case, that they would use that to move forward or just move around the map later on. But with the movement, I think they're gonna go to a different route. But with Goa, what can you say about Goa's performance now on the 19th spot? Do you think they can still have a chance of pushing those few teams above them and still getting inside of our super weekend?
I think so. I think GOA has the capabilities for them to pop off every single game,
Mm-hmm.
but we're seeing the struggle right now from GOA, most especially with the rotation. They're always pinned down at the edges of the circle. Sometimes they're very late on getting inside, and that is all because of the circle. Aya circle going to the northern side. Their dropping point is down on the bottom side. So again, it's just normal for you to see them trying to chase that circle. But look at the double damage right now. These are what we call the gunslingers, Aya.
Yes.
Look at that. YG is on top right now. 214.
Ooh.
Lion spots one more at a random location here, right around Gatka. Labo will be down. And the next target will be the other players of Gatka. And wow, what a shot there by Kree with
Yup,
that
that
AUG.
mm-hmm. That distance is quite far, but he managed to knock him down. As I was about to mention, again, a lot of teams here, Coco. We have your OF, we have your S69. This is also where AF is at earlier on. But with that final bullet going through S69, they will be the first ones to be eliminated.
That's so bad for S69. They were on a roll, actually, to be honest. Now, OF will be the ones next to be ready because 214 now has crashed the location. OM taking now the 3-story building. But Michi is going to be
Ooh.
in front. Oh, there we go. That's going to be the first knockdown. Maybe Spicy. And Astro doesn't have any heals anymore. So you will try to survive, but no surviving anymore. Lion again making things work for 214. And now the third party coming in from AF. But looks like 214 will most likely be reorganized right after this.
Mm-hmm. The Lion of 214 is now awake and getting those points in count for the side of 214. Before AF, again, as we have talked about earlier, these are one of the few, this is one of the few teams that joined that Gatka battle earlier on, but now they're just hiding amidst those haystacks in order for them to not be seen by 214. But with that shift of the circle going towards the northern side, and almost half is actually partly water. So huge struggle is awaiting everyone who are coming from the bottom side of the area.
And we might see teams who's going to run towards those waters, Aya, because Severny might be full right after this circle.
Yep.
And you would see now teams coming from the bottom side, rotating all the way to the northern side, maybe right through the middle. And Ran Kid, look at Sin try to be there first. But look at now for YG. It's going to be GG versus YG now. Nades coming out. Oh, Shroud will be damaged. Just on half HP left. Mernat and Romeo will try to go for the push. But look at the discipline of YG. They will try to wait until the nade will be thrown out. And now GG Shroud will be taken down. Smile will be the ones to confirm that elimination. And YG will occupy the western side part of the circle.
And with them taking that western part of the circle, I think they could have a good advantage later on. But here with GX, GG again, they are always meeting in their rotations. And look at that, one more meeting is meeting with the bullets of our GX knocking down one and make that one more knockdown player onto the side of GG. That is courtesy of our newborns. So it is really, really problematic positioning coming in from GG as they have two teams focused on them. And those are our newborns in our GX. But with that start of battle onto GX, Nero will be down. And that is courtesy of our Rangers who are a bit far from this location, but has a good perspective and a good view towards these three teams who are fighting their way through.
And right now, GX, they're kind of on a 2-2 split right now, Aya. I would not suggest this type of gameplay, especially if it's going to be a city circle.
Mm-hmm.
I would want the rest of the other GX players to be closer to the other two players of GX in order for them to have at least that backup opportunity if things would go chaos later on. But for now, GOA from the bottom side of the zone. Fong, though, will be down in the blue zone. I say we'll take out Davon. GG now is experiencing a lot of struggles as of this very moment, with only one player left remaining. Jens will be taken down as well by the blue zone. So looks like the ones that are fighting at Gatka, Aya, is having a ton of trouble in the blue.
Mm-hmm. Probably they would have a big trouble right here. But for Zara GX, they are still managing their situation. They still have a full squad right there. But for those who are coming from the eastern side, look at that PG losing one more of their players. Meanwhile, Team Max would actually run into them as well. So those two teams, Cine Esports and PG, would have to be joined by our Team Max. But Yifong will now succumb to the blue zone and will be secured. So now AF Parker is all alone and he needs to ride his horse in order for him to get inside. But would his life be enough? Probably will. But once he enters our safe zone, I don't think he will be quite safe.
Parker doesn't have any heals anymore, so he's going to try to loot up this compound. Doesn't see any heals for now, so no bandages for Parker. He can try the other house, and he'll be saying yes if he is able to find that heal, but looks like he won't able to see any heals, and he will just die in the blue. That's it for Parker for an aggressive fight. Just so unfortunate to see that guy just looking for that meds, and is not able to find one. That's just so sad, Aya.
Mm-hmm, definitely quite sad for them. But again, everyone is sort of a bit more quiet as expected. But look at this, as I've mentioned, we have here another battle emerging. Cine Esports versus Team Max, and that will be Trezzy DBSing. Cool right here will be going for that revive as Wako actually provides cover for his teammate, but that wouldn't be enough for him to hinder that push coming in from Team Max. Now, Sincool is out of the game for our Cine Esports. Also, one of the teams who are quite struggling as compared to their performance from week number 1. So with that 1 point, I hope that gives him a bit of that light and a bit of motivation for them to push through and to continue with the momentum that they are starting. But speaking of momentum, we have here the momentum on the side of Team Max. But will our RNG actually stop them as they pass by the area? Will be receiving a lot of damage, and Sindale secures that vehicle explosion onto Max Trezzy.
Well, that was very dangerous for Team Max, and now Mad Dog is down to 1 HP left. The vehicle, I think, is already destroyed. That's why they made a quick pickup right over there. So now they find a ridge area that they can hold on to. So this is a really good position for Team Max, but it's very much open on both sides, north and south. They just need to protect it, make sure they use all of their smokes. And you can now see the smoke launcher being used by Mad Dog. As for Newborn, they hear those vehicles coming in from the eastern side. Circle will still go to Severny. So for now, GX, they have to group up together now because teams will, have no choice but to just crash at Severny. And the rest will probably just stay at the available hills in this very circle. I would say YG would have a hill right around the western side part of Severny. Same goes to whatever Silent Gods is doing right now, but they're not within the circle. They're just, waiting for any other teams to get through the blue zone, but looks like there's none left from the blue. But look at this one now, Miner. Lizzie Boy is the target, but good thing he was able to avoid those bullets, but not with Rangers. As Rangers will confirm that elimination right away. And this is, again, the gameplay of Rangers. Once they get the circle, they fight all together midway through.
Midway through, we have your midway. Will be one more falling in from our Paradise Esports now. Going back to the lobby. PG now out on the 13th spot, and a lot of crates for our Silent Gods to actually loot up before entering our next safe zone. And going back to what you've mentioned earlier on about RNG, they are inside the circle. They are trying to take those elimination points once they have the opportunity to do so. So they're just waiting for the perfect timing to join those engagements. Although this is not the perfect situation for RNG as they have one player knocked down, which will be Range coming in from our Sin Esports, who are just rotating and trying to get a portion of the safe zone at the same time. YG now spots Time to Quick and spots our 214 earlier. Now, though, will be SGMM being taken down by BG Lil Yatka, and that will be a confirmation. So now 1 point will go to BG.
Oh, unfortunately for 214, they only have a small wooden shack. Lion will also join the fun.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness, this is just so bad for 214. Lion will be taken out. Michi now will revive Kuri inside a small wooden shack. Just so unfortunate for 214. I mean, the time that you thought that 214 will have a bounce back game, all of a sudden, there will be a roadblock happening now for Sin. They crashed into Severny. Nades coming from Newborn. Splash damage onto Wako. Now Wako will have to hide at that small room inside the house. Wako will go for the healing. They're now split it up into two. Ranked will be on the other house. Wako will be right over here, but will be naded by XZ11. And now will most likely be pushed by Foxy, as Sin will be left with only one. But here comes another matchup. SG versus Max, and all of a sudden, all members of SG will be obliterated by Team Max.
That is quite quick. GG's to our team of Max. Now they have a lot of points on their name, but they need to heal up too, as one of their players got knocked down in the process. But going back to the battle that we had earlier on, NB versus Sin Esports. One is still knocked down while NB Moek checks the corner we're in. 214 is at right now. That is indeed a very bad spot, but for now they're still surviving, but all eyes are on them once that circle moves away. 214 rather, Sin Esports is here inside. Ranked being the only one up and alive in front of 3 players left for our, rather, full squad left for our newborns. Vigil Yatkas becomes 214. Michi now takes his chance to take those eliminations in.
And Bunny will go down on the feed. Godspeed also will go down with a headshot from GOA. But GOA will also battle against Newborn. Newborn, one of those teams who first went towards Severny, is able to survive this and able to get eliminations here with 3 now. 214 is still having the same issues as what they got before. But the good thing about this one now is they're still in the circle, so they might as well want to gatekeep some of these teams, Aya. Like you could see Rangers, I think they're still trying to find their way through the circle. Newborn just very busy right now. Oh, look at this. TTQ now will try to go to the western side. Kaya will be right over there, just hiding inside one of the small shacks. TTQ will be left still alive here. Will be safe for now. But on the kill feed, there's a lot of knockdowns happening. KS4 who will be dropped by Kree. And now for the rest, Aya. This will be a slow matchup in my opinion, Aya, since the circle is focusing at Severny.
Yep, and with all of those houses, those can keep a lot of players. So yes, this is going to be a slower pace as expected because, as compared rather to an open field. But with Goa being out, oh no, we just talked about how they need these points inside of this match, but unfortunately for them, they would not have any more of those opportunities to get more. But for YG, as they enter, Say Cloud will be spotted by GX. GX now, Generation X, is really on fire, getting those kills in. We have our YG, Romeo Boy, and Myrna Boy just trying their best to hide themselves from the bullets of everyone else. GX is spotting them. Time to quick as well, and several teams. Look at that, RNG now having their own engagement with D-Max.
Jibna goes down for Rangers. Rangers still does have 3 players remaining. Not so sure if they can go for the revive. No, they cannot. They actually went through the trap of Team Max. Oh, they went for the kill instead. Nathan goes for the clutch shotgun finish. The range will be knocked down, though, but the nades are coming from Newborns. Now the smokes will be coming out from Team Rangers. It looks like here comes Burmese goals. Oh no, that's gonna be it for Range and Nathan. Oh no, the explosion happened. And that is it for Rangers. Unfortunately for them, they got sandwiched altogether by Max and Burmese goals. The nade also from YG. Mernat Boy is just connecting with those frag grenades. Claude also now joining in the fun. GX, they should join in the fun here now because this is their hometown. This is Severny.
Exactly. They should have known all of the entry and exit points here in this area. But for GX, they're just taking their sweet time to find a better spot right here. Coca-Cola. Now, Ice is here together with Nero holding those frag grenades. I'm not just quite sure who their target will be. Will it be White Hero Boy? Meanwhile, here we have our NB Yahiko. Gun is pointed towards 214. And with that, Molly, with that utility coming in from our YG onto Bunny. He needs to crawl his way through, but will Gus be able to revive him? I'm not quite sure with that. With his push coming in from Myrna Boy as his follow-up. This is a good one. And I just really commend YG for managing and being able to handle these situations despite them only having 2 players. But I spoke too soon as Romeo Boy will be shotgunned by Time to Pick Gus onto that other end. But at the end of that match, that would still go to YG.
My goodness, we're not able to defeat a player who has an S12K only with a UMP. Again, YG is on another level, but they have to be careful now because GX is drawing closer. BG now, they need to make a move. Unknown is just welding the Dasha, just fixing any vehicle that they can fix right now as of the moment. And you can see Unknown fixing a Dasha, fixing a buggy. And now they have a total of 4 vehicles that they can use maybe to crash out onto the side of NB. And Unknown is not yet done. He's just fixing every single vehicle that he can find. And for now, it's all about waiting game because, again, the circle is closing in a minute and a half. Let's see what's going to happen here right after the circle closes in.
And everyone is probably just preparing themselves for chaos at this point. Because with that sticky bomb coming in from Isis, will that land onto any of the players? Nope. YG Romeo Boy would not receive that one. With this nade coming in from Coca-Cola, Myrna Boy also dodged those shrapnels coming in from that frag grenade. So GX, let's see how they would actually manage YG and how will they force them out of that house. They probably need to push, but I'm not sure if they will be able to handle it because even why would you rather having only two players left? We know what they are capable of.
Well, let's see, GX. How will they pull off a victory here? Especially this is their hometown.
Mm-hmm.
XZ11 though will knock down one player of BG. That will delay things up for BG to make the push towards Severny. Looks like 214 is still alive here, with only just one player left, which is Michi. So more than likely, Michi will get all of the utilities and all the items available that Kree has left in his loot crate. But look at that push with a smoke. Unfortunately, Michi knocks or Master Ichi down. And now for Yatka. Tries to go for the nade. Oh, knocks Yaiko down, but he gets down as well. Just a trade knock for each other. And now for Burmese goals. They need to make a push now. They need to help out their teammate.
They need to do that right away as Vijanon drives his way through the circle right here, and B Foxy now finding his way towards our Burmese goals with that nade though. Ooh, and B Foxy almost got knocked down, but still is up and can still hinder and stop that healing coming in from the side of our Burmese goals. But with all the utilities, stun grenade, nade, molly being thrown onto NB, Yahiko would still survive everything else. And with that smoke to serve as their cover, they could easily go inside and join this area. But BGNON will be seen by MB Moic from the second floor, and one more will be taken down. BG Godspeed will be stopped by NBXZ11, and with that prone movement coming in from Master Ichi, that would not disguise him as part of the Gaslands, and that will be his end as well in this match. Meanwhile, for the final player, BG Lil Yatka, ooh, one more will be taken down. Unknown is inside of this shack, wherein he's still trying to survive, but survival isn't on their side.
Wow, NB just made that beautiful defense against Burmese goals. Now the blue zone will also come into effect. Erangel is now going for the third party. The blue zone will knock Yaiko alive. And looks like he's going to try to crawl all the way through. Not so sure if he can actually get revived. No, he won't get revived. The blue zone will eat him alive now. 3 players left remaining for Newborns. They're now all set for Rankid. Rankid throws out an 8. Woo! Oh, it connects! Rankid just right on point. And also Coca-Cola knocks down Romeo on the other side of this very city. And now here comes the push. DX comes in, and YG will be eliminated by Generation X. And we're now left with 4.
I thought YG would be able to survive that one, but I guess it really is the area and the hometown of our Generation X. But for Sinrakin,
oh no!
Why did you go into the flames? That was just very sad that he needs to use one more of his healing equipment, his first aid kit right here, while also surviving everything that is going to happen because he's the only player left for Sin Esports. Actually, the only player as well left from our GG. And for Newborns, they still have 3, but all of them are replenishing their HPs right now. So a big possibility for Generation X to get this winner chicken dinner, as they are situated in the middle of the circle and they have the best point into managing everyone else who would want to take a portion of that next circle.
Newborns able to get the barn house here, and now they will be right at the edge, right at the bottom side of the circle. Rankid though, I'm not so sure how will he survive this, because he's on the other side of the road. He'll be at the edge. But the moment whenever the countdown would end, he'll be forced to walk right at the open. No covers at all. And he's going to be way out in the open. Look at that. What is that smoke? GX. Not so sure what their plans are. They also have to be careful. GX has to check every corner, every small shack, because Kaya can deal a ton of damage here for GG. Rankid will be way out in the open already, and it's gonna be Foxy will be the ones to eliminate Rankid. Now we're down to 3. It's going to be a 4v3v1 situation against still a circle for Generation X. This is now their time to shine, and let's see if they can seal the deal with a win here.
Let's see, because their spread is just really on point right now. They have secured different angles, and for newborn, they are just confined within this barn house. So that is not going to be so good later on once that circle chases and devours them from their back and goes for those backstab moments. Now, GX Coca-Cola throws those smokes right there, but as they plan on pushing forward, and the XC11 will fall into the trap of our Generation X, and one more will be taken coming in from that nade. So now two will be on their knees, force out our newborn and make that an almost 3, as that almost secures one more of our newborns. And with that flame coming in onto the newborns again, that is gonna be it. Everything happened so quickly, but the chicken dinner goes to Generation X.
As expected, Aya, with this type of circle, they are definitely good to go for a winner chicken dinner. Claude, Coca-Cola, we also have Issei and Shin able to get that win here in match number 10. It's, by the way, Nero, not Shin. So for the rest of the remaining Erangel matches, we still have, I believe, 2 Erangel maps. Am I right, Aya?
Yes.
So we still have 2 remaining Erangel maps. There's still a lot of chances here, especially for those teams who are really good in playing in Erangel. You saw YG. We talked about how YG can go through even with, you know, teams that are 3 remaining players, or maybe even 4. They did that in this matchup, but it's just way too much for them to defend against 4 players of Generation X. And speaking of Generation X, here is now the stats for their matchup. It's going to be Nero, Claude, Issei, and FB, or aka Coca-Cola. I'm not so sure why it's FB right at this very moment, but it was Issei, or Sei, who got the most out of everyone with 5 eliminations. 4 for Coca-Cola and then 2 for Claude.
Yep, so overall they had a total of 11 eliminations right here. So GG's to our team Generation X. Now that they are also going back on track, let's see if they will be able to maintain that kind of performance throughout day number 2. But first, let's watch the highlights that had happened in that match. And after those highlights, we have here on top, as of that match number 10, GX with 21 points, 10 from placement and 11 from the eliminations. NB also had a whopping 9 eliminations, adding up onto 14 total points. We have our YG with 8, tied up with BG. We have here GG and 2 and 4 together with Team Max having 6 points each. Meanwhile, for Sin, they gathered 5 points in that game.
And GX getting their win. Again, this is their comfort zone, wherein the circle would go up on north. Severny also is where the circle ended up. So It's good to see them waking up in this match. As for the rest, this is a bad game for S69. This is the first time that we have seen them right on the very bottom, bottom 4 spots here with only 2 points. PG is still consistent over there on top 16, together with OF. But for the overall now, after this match, still YG is the one on top, which is 97 points in total. SG with 77, GG with 68, PBMS with 65, TTQ with 5, BG with 61, 56 for RNG, KHI with 53, 54 GX, and NP with 46. For me, Aya, this is a good improvement for newborns from last week to this week.
Definitely.
So more than likely, we'll see them in the Super Weekend.
That is a good one coming from newborns that they were able to adjust on to our week number 2. But for the second page, we have our Team Max with 45, F69 with 38, AF with 31, 214 28, Sin with 26, OF with 26 as well. Next is Vanguards though, onto the 17th spot with 22 points, tied up with Austria, Goa with 20, and PG with 13. Again, unusual spots for Austria and for NXV on the lower portion of our leaderboards. But for the top 4 teams, we have our GX, NB, YG, and BG. One PH team, which is Generation X, having 11 eliminations, 2,004 damage, and the rest are from Myanmar, Newborn with 9, YG with 5, and BG with 6.
So if you try to look at this one, NB, together with Burmese Goals, just used every single utility that they had in that matchup. And we've seen that from Newborns, who was trying to get those nades over to Burmese Goals and Team Max. Eventually now, for the match MVP, it's going to be Seizi, or I Say, from Generation X. 5 elims, 816 damage, 34 damage taken only, with 28% team contribution, 27 minutes and 43 seconds survival time in this match. If the circle would still go to Generation X, we would still see the same results, Aya. Again, if you get lucky with the circle, most definitely you will have to take advantage of that, and it's most especially that the circle went over to their dropping point, which is in Severny. They know where to push, they know where to position, and like what I said earlier on, Aya, you don't have to do a 2-2 split. If you're in a city circle, you just have to be together with your teammates and just push right through. And now here's the update now for our matches. 2 Sanhoks taken by GG and SG. The 2 Erangels will be taken by TTQ and GX, but we still have 2 Erangel maps left to go.
We have a total 3 more in this day number 2. So I actually thought that we are almost over, but then seeing these 3 maps, this is still going to be a long day for both of us, Kuku, and of course for all of our viewers out there. Don't forget to like and follow PUBG Mobile Esports on YouTube and on Facebook, and share the stream as well so that we can all watch our teams in the PMCL Southeast Asia Summer 2025 Week 2 for our group stage here in our second day. So just to recap for everybody, we are almost done with the qualifying stage onto our Super Weekend. So by the end of day number 3, which is going to be tomorrow for 7 more matches, the top 16 teams are the only ones who will play in the Super Weekend. And for those who are familiar, you all know that on the second day of Super Weekend, which is going to be on Sunday, that is where the Smash rule applies, wherein if any of the teams will be reaching that match point and getting a chicken dinner in the subsequent matches, they could just end the day just like that. So just like what happened for our PBMS, they were able to finish the day off at game number 3. So looking forward to more of those smashing smash rolls onto our Super Weekend, but they all need to secure first their slot onto the next stage. But for now, again, we still have a few more matches, so we are going to go for a very short break.
And we are back for the countdown to match 11. Again, this is yours truly, Kuku TV, with Miss Aya. And we're now counting in for match 11, Erangel, the second to the last Erangel for tonight. And for the viewers out there, we might go until the, if you are in Philippine side or maybe in Singapore, we might go until midnight. So just be ready with some coffee or maybe something that would wake you up. Maybe try to play PUBG Mobile while waiting for these matches. But looks like in just 20 seconds, we're going to find out where we will be flying through the map of Erangel. And where will the circle go this time around? Twice already, Aya, that the circle had popped up at the northern side. This time, let's see and find out as we fly to Erangel.
And we are here on to our match number 11 out of 20, brought to you by Techno together with PUBG Mobile and PMCL Southeast Asia Summer 20 to 25. Playing path is going to be quite different than what we had earlier on. This is coming in from the Sabra area onto Sanhok military base. As we all await, of course, what will happen later on. We have here several teams dropping already, and as we are seeing it, there are a lot of things that could happen again, Kuku. I'm just waiting for those moments wherein early eliminations again will happen.
Well, let's see if there will be early eliminations, especially for the side of KHI and GG Esports. Zyle is very close to one of the players of GG Esports. So let's see if they will find each other eventually. For now, the rest has already dropped out. Let's talk about the groupings, by the way, Aya.
Yep.
It is going to be A, B, C, then D. So this only means that Group E is not playing for this match. This is Sin, TTQ, AF, and S69. And you can now see YG going for some shots here. I believe so. This is aggressive fight. Who's there trying to go for the gunshots? Ooh, look at now the circle. It will benefit now GOA. So GOA will most likely take control of this one. It is actually NB, not AF. And XZ11 is stuck right behind his haystack and will be picked up by his teammate Moak. And now the gunshot SG now from Yasnaya. Will go for the spray down. MM tries his luck, but no go for MM.
Good thing that he actually has his teammate ready with that vehicle. In any case that no vehicle is available, that is going to be so difficult for him to just stay in the midst of an open field with just two haystacks as his only cover. So good thing for XZ11 here that he still has a chance in match number 11, and kudos to Moek for getting that vehicle into fetching his teammate and going back to the team that you have said has biggest advantage right now, our team Guardians of Angels being in the SMB, just like walking in the park, because no movement is needed from them as a circle will actually go to their spot. And next is Vanguard though, dropping in Novoribnoye. They still need to push a bit forward, but at least that is not going to be much of a struggle for them.
Yeah, not much of a struggle for them for now. Still very early, Aya. Just 3 minutes has elapsed here in this matchup. Normally, we would go through like 26, sometimes 29 minutes of gameplay for us to finish one game of Erangel. GOA, again, we talked about GOA having those struggles. Ooh, and looks like the one on the bottom side of the overall are going to be fighting. Renzer will go down, and GOA now has the chance to go for the push. It's going to be a 3v1 now. Top will have to defend only using this SAT-97. Three nades are going to be coming in. One will explode now. Another one explodes, and right beside Top, he goes down. Renzer will be confirmed by Clay Jr. And Fern G, together with the last player of Austria Esports, they will have to bail out from the scene. That's the best option for now for Austria, while Fern G will try to go on prone. Like what I said, Aya, the best option is
Mhm.
to escape.
But I don't think that Goa wants them to escape. They all know where the players of Ozda are at right now. And Fernji being the next target right here, the next victim of our Guardians of Angel, just guarding his house so that they would not be able to enter. But that reload just dealt him a fatal moment. So now Fernji will also be taken by Goa. They're taking them down one by one, literally from house to house, and the next house would be owned by Ostranangek, and he will be the next victim, and he will also be receiving that backstab action coming in from Goa. Ostja being pinned down onto that 16th spot, being eliminated quite early without any eliminations. Ostja now will stay onto that 19th rank in the overall leaderboards.
I just want to say I don't know who Ostja is anymore. This is
Yes,
not the
definitely.
Ostja that we known for the past
Mm,
couple of seasons.
yep.
For the past couple of seasons, they were very aggressive. They were very dominant, kind of like what YG and Rangers had been, doing. But here in this season, especially here in this week, again, Ostja is not found. The real Ostja is not found. Hopefully, they can find themselves, Aya, because we
Mm-hmm.
still have two more games left right after this. One Erangel and one last Miramar. But for now, speaking of Rangers, they're now gonna do a little bit of bridge camp right on the left side bridge, just right on the openings or right at the entry point. And Goa will also do the same, but they're gonna do it at the exit point of the bridge. So this bridge is kind of like off limits right now, Aya. So if ever someone would try to go through, they will have to battle against two teams.
That is going to be a huge one for the side of Goa. But I really would want to give the props to Goa. They're doing a different strategy right now. They're going back to their aggressive side and reclaiming that for themselves and having that full squad wipe onto Austria quite early. That is something that Austria needs to take note of, and something that they also need to do, because if not, and if they remain into that passive part of their gameplay, they would not be able to reach our next stage, which is the Super Weekend. So for Goa, good job for them. But for NX, Austria, and PG, still a lot is needed in order for them to secure that spot.
Well, for 214, kind of like what we talked about in Sanhok, I think it was the second Sanhok. If they get the circle as much as possible, they would need to take advantage of this. Earlier in this previous Erangel match, they didn't really had the circle, so they really had no choice but to, go from the bottom side of the zone and try to get into the middle, but they were only left with a small wooden shack. So for this map, let's see if 214 will be lucky, and let's see if they will be able to cross that bridge, because that bridge on the left hand side is just off limits as of the moment. For YG, they're
Ooh.
oh, look at that! I was just speaking about 214. Now one player is already down for 214, and that's a trade knock
Yep.
for 214 NOF.
Yes, and as we have Renax pushing forward, Baby Spicy to go for that revive. Will he be able to make it, or will Baby Spicy just bleed out from that moment? I think he will just bleed out, as we already have here the push coming from 214. Lion roaring at them again with that DVS, securing that elimination onto two players of our OF. Now they are not on fire, but the fire extinguisher team of 214 is now extinguishing that fire within them. Although Astro was left alone, will he
Oh
also follow his
wow!
teammate? I think he should, because that movement of the circle will be quite peculiar for those teams coming in from the northern side. They have a lot more of space to take, but those coming in from the northern side, together with our team Max, they need an extra effort in order for them to reclaim a bit of that land.
Yeah, the circle is very confusing now, Aya. It goes to the bottom side, now it goes to the North Island. So they need to make some adjustments, especially for Goa, Aya. Goa, they thought that they will have the circle eventually, but Again, with this type of shift, it will really benefit teams like Burmese Skulls, Rangers, and also Paradise Esports. So for Paradise, this is now their chance. If they can, try to win and not be super uber aggressive, then maybe we can find them not on the 20th spot. Maybe try to get inside that top 16, right?
Looking forward to that for the side of our PG, but for now they're also very, very quiet. So play safe onto their end. But for our OF, just hiding within this wooden shack, I don't think that is the best spot for them to take. And probably they don't also know that PG is just around the corner. But as they heard those gunshots from another team, they would now be more vigilant. But I think they don't have anywhere else to go as of the moment. For KHI, though, they just passed by our Generation X, just scoped out his spot, but nope, they would not take on challenge and would just proceed with their plan, which is to go to Zyle together with Demius right here, securing this spot above Pachinki.
KHI, another squad that is kind of up and down. There are moments that they will be, dead earlier in the game, but there are moments where they are trying to find their way through the last moments of the circle. But for now, they're just looking for a better place to stay. And this is actually the best place to stay as of the moment, which is PG. They have this two barn houses. But the thing is about this barn houses, is that if you go for the push on the northern side, then the two other players who is split it up, which is if you look at the mini map earlier on, the team of PG is kind of split it up on a 2-2 split. The two players in the barn houses, and then the two others are on the edges of the northern island. They cannot really go for support if ever someone would try to push them at the northern side of that compound.
Most likely, if they push for the northern side of the compound, they would be able to do that. But for now, everyone is on their feet. Probably they are finding the best way to go inside of the circle. 214 is still waiting for the next one. That's why not much of the movement from their end. And they're probably waiting for our Nexus Vanguards to pass by that bridge. But if they wait a bit longer, they will also be receiving that huge damage coming in from the blue zone. And the other half, actually, of our NX already is making their way through the waters and now entering the safe zone. But in 30 more seconds, that is going to be moving again and would be prioritizing those who are on the main island. And as NX Super Loki spots 214 Lion, he goes for that spray down, but I don't think that would bother 214 to stay on that spot, and they will just proceed with their movement. Although, as they proceeded, that is going to be PBMS welcoming them in one more battle that is transpiring right here. YG versus our GG, and Devon will say goodbye.
Yeah, Devon will say goodbye, and Shroud will say goodbye as well. As he tries to bail out from the scene, but look at that spray. The accuracy coming from, say, Cloud. Fortunate. Oh, there we go. That's it. For Shroud. Revived anymore. Confirmation will be taken by Smile. Mitchie will go down on the kill feed. This is PBMS versus 214. And hope that we can watch that engagement happening as Kaya from GG will be left alone together with his teammate. This is Vanguard now inside the hovercraft. Again, this is the technique that PBMS has been doing so far, but look at that spray from Ryman. Headshot, Superboy. Now goes for the confirmation, not gonna get revive anymore. And they're able to find a compound. Ooh, Godspeed is on fire right now. Another Molotov from Kaya. Able to drop Godspeed. Master Itchy will now bail out from the scene as GG Esports will most likely go for the utilities, replenish. Oh no, they won't. They will just try to move on. And a much better place to stay will be this kind of ridge. Not much of any view from the other enemies or other squads. So for now, they will just take care of the high ground advantage here. As YG now able to take control of the northwestern side of this circle. For GOA, ooh, look at this one now. Monboy actually was able to spot one, and that is case for who just got out from that hovercraft. He does have his own hovercraft here. GOA now pushing towards PBMS. Ryman will try to hold on for now, as the rest of PBMS will try to go closer. Pretzel and Monboy now makes it a 3v3 here between PBMS and GOA. Nades from Clay Jr. Only a half damage onto Ryman. Oh no, the nade! Yeah, Pacquiao gets Ryman down. And nade coming from Pretzel as well. Here comes Scotty. Now the help, even more for PBMS, but there's also gunshots from behind, helping out PBMS. Now eliminates Clay Jr. Yeah, Pacquiao now cooking up the nade. But Monboy or Scotty is now cooking up as well. Will this one connect? He actually throws it out, but he gets knocked down by Rex. Now Pretzel will be busy. No, there you go. The knockdown happened onto Rex. Yeah, Pacquiao will be the last guy for PBMS as Monboy gets the final elimination. And they survive right at the edge of the blue zone. Still with 3 players left remaining. But while this is happening, Aya, look at this one now. Oh, the crash by Nexus Vanguard onto the side of GG. Joji goes down. Super Loki just right inside the hovercraft.
Oh, no.
Tries to tack it up, but no, he is going to be eliminated as Nexus Vanguard will die down here in this match. The action never stops, Aya. Here comes another engagement.
Oh, yes, definitely. We have Resi Minor knocking down GG Boy Sean. Rather, that is coming in from Murna Boy, but that was GX Isay's or Sayas being eliminated right here as GMM, though they will be naded by GX Nero. And as they push forward, the KHI would join this party right here. PH versus PH versus PH, as Minor is the only one up and alive for Side of Silent Gods. KHI clear, holding that frag grenade, and will be throwing that onto our house. Who will it be damaging? Will it be GX or will it be SG Minor towards the top? But he also received so much of that explosion right there. And with that Molly going on, I don't think that will be damaging anyone else. But with that follow-up of one more frag grenade coming in from Nigs, nobody will be receiving that one. So now ceasefire a little bit. We are calming the situation. But with that Molly onto the second floor, that almost knocked down SG Minor. But with that final blow of the frag grenade, shrapnels will be ducked onto him, and the Silent Gods will be wiped. Now we are not just left with 2 Philippine teams right here, GX and KHI, but the rest of the beach teams, just like PBMS and 214, are having their own engagement on the lower right side of our screen. And as KHI pushes forward, this will be a 2v4 situation right now.
PUBG Mobile never stops, Aya. The action never stops. 214 will get eliminated as per the feed. But you can now see that KHI was able to push now the compound of Silent Gods. That was very difficult to handle, Aya, because they were pinned down by GX and KHI. So there's just no way to go for Silent Gods. Sticky bombs are being used as well. You can hear those explosions. Circle will be closing in 30 seconds. Migs try to get closer. Ooh, there you go. Another sticky bomb being thrown out. I think it was GX. Was trying to throw that one out. Another sticky bomb, Aya. Not so sure where it's coming from. But here comes Claude. Claude tries to go for a 1v1, but no, Migs does have a much better aim. And now Nero will be spotted. And that's it. The nade from Demios eliminated Generation X.
Generation X now being out of the match, but inside of the circle we have our GG right in the middle. We have our BG, PG at the same time. A lot of those Gs, they are situated inside the circle, but for PG Honda, that is a good start for him. Onto our newborns, taking them down one by one. But for PBMS, he had an access onto our team Max, which leads to Max Cornai being knocked down. And with the movement coming in from our PBMS, they have to journey a bit towards the circle because they will be meeting several teams. That is our team Max, but I guess that will be their option right now. Look at that, Pretzel offered himself in front of our team Max. Good thing that Scatty was there to save them out in the open, and one more will be taken. But for the side of team Max, Mad Dog is still surviving, and for PBMS, no follow-up is being done.
And no follow-up from Monboy, and now Monboy comes in, but will be spotted by Mad Dog. Beautiful spray from Team Max, but still good outing for PBMS. 10 eliminations, 9 plays, so that's a total of 10 points for PBMS in this match alone. But let's see now Rangers. Rangers still left with 4. Ooh, they're going to be battling against YG. The nade from Romeo drops 1. And now here comes the follow-up from YG. It looks like Nathan will try to go for the revive, but here comes the pressure by Smile. Tries to circle around. Range will be spotted by PG on a different angle. And now here comes the spray. Romeo knocks down Nathan. And here comes Jappy or Jibna, who tries to get closer. As Jappy, I think, will be the one to go for the revive now. Jibna's buggy is now up on smokes. So he's forced to bail out from the scene. Oh, wow!
Ooh.
Wow, look at that nade! Beautiful nade. Just the arc of that nade right on point. Now Jibna will be the last guy first. And YG just dominating right now, Team Rangers. Jibna will have to bail out from the scene. But I think here comes a third party by GG.
And look at this. BG just climbing their way slowly but surely, but with that joining of our GG boy Sean, with that frag grenade, he lands up perfectly onto our other team. So with that happening right here, YG is now just securing this top portion wherein they can see our RNG or our Rangers later on, which only has 1 player left. Our Rangers Jibna and YG Romeo Boy could have that chance and that upper hand on that situation later on. But stage number 5 is just right here. Ooh, he actually knows where to wait for Jibna. So I don't think Jibna can go out of that spot without being seen by our Yangon Galacticus. But for KHI, I think he already seen our players from GG, and just like that, GG, YG Murna Boy rather, takes down RNG Jibna, and that will be them ending on the 8th spot.
And Rangers still struggling, Aya. They cannot find
Yes.
that sweet spot in the circle. And if ever they find that sweet spot, there'll be like a team who will be gatekeeping them, and one of which is Young Galacticos. So if they can find it on the next couple of games left to go, maybe we can find Rangers back in the drawing board. For now, it's going to be KHI versus Team Max. KHI has mad advantage here, 4v2 situation versus Team Max. Mad Dog just ready with that frag grenade. He cancels it out. Koronai tries to take out the utilities as well. While this is happening, YG is fighting against GG. Honda goes down as well on the kill feed. That's courtesy of NB. But the smoke's now being used by KHI. And they're not able... Oh, look at that throw of the nade. Oh, wow! Almost by Claire. And look at the strategy by Claire. Just right inside that Coop RB with the smoke. Nade coming through. Damaging Mac. Oh, Matt. Oh, wow! Wow! Again! Claire just doing it for KHI. Eliminates Team Max. And now the party is not over, Aya, because we have PG! Oh, my goodness! With that frag grenade, eliminates NB. Now we're down to 4.
A lot of epic moments happen in the final moments, in the final minutes here in our match number 11. But I think we are going to see more of those, as look at this. GG Kaya will now be secured. Coming in from our Yangon Galacticos once again. Look at those 9 eliminations, and they are still continuing with their heat right here. YG again, I don't think there are other teams who would want to take them down, because by the looks of it, no one is trying to hinder our Yangon Galacticus' performance. For GG Boy Sean pretending again to be part of this buggy, and that is a good spot for him to hide, but let's see if he is still inside of the circle later on. Meanwhile, for KHI, they're also doing a good job right here, staying alive as a full squad, and I think they're inside of the circle, so not much movement is required of them. And the same goes for our PG, having this full compound, all 4 of them, which gives them that cover. But going back to Baishan, he's just quiet in the midst of all of those bullets that he is hearing.
He's just trying to pretend he's a buggy right now. Kind of like what YG did in Sanhok. Oh, here comes the push. And now he wakes up and he got killed already by YG. And that's it for GG Esports. YG still has the match here. Oh no, actually they don't have 4 anymore, so they don't have the man advantage. It is actually KHI and PG has the man advantage. They also have the circle right intact. But in my opinion, PG will eventually have to get out of that area because the circle might not go to their place. 5 seconds to go though. We still have at least 2 circles left. This is the second to the last circle. There we go. Oh, it actually went to PG.
Oh, that is a huge advantage that will be received by our Paradise Esports. Before Young Galactic is still staying strong with 2 players, they could also have a good chance at again snatching away that winner chicken dinner. Before KHI, with 4 players left with 1 to 3 smokes, they could also probably have a good chance. It will really all just boil down to how well they execute their gameplays right here. More so that the circle will now move in a few more seconds. YG still outside of the next circle, but the 2 teams are starting already with their engagement. KHI versus RPG. We've seen that bullet trail, and that is going to be the perfect time for YG to join later on once those 2 teams start that fight.
And YG, they're looking for a an area where they can actually stay. But looks like it's gonna be an open area, Aya. Open area for YG. They might as well try to, you know, push at the northern side instead, maybe. Unless if KHI would go there first. Looks like YG will do that. YG will go for the northern side. One will try to rotate late, which is probably be Smile. It looks like Smile is currently damaged. Oh, look at this. I think I know what's the plan here. They're gonna go for the push towards the northern side. They will make it first before KHI would do it. But they're rethinking Aya. Now they try to commit. Smile will be out in the open, just walking.
Ooh.
I'm not sure what the plan is for YG. I think they have a lot of things to think about in this type of circle.
They have a lot of things to consider right here, and they are just driving their way through in order for them to get inside of the edge of our safe zone. KHI now holding that nade. Oh, Myrna Boy is on fire. Literally, though, that is coming in from that molly from our KHI. Romy Boy holding this frag nade. Will that land onto anybody? Nope, that is quite far, and that is quite overcooked as well. So for Master Smile, he needs to heal up with those few bandages that he has and a lot of first aid kits, so that is not going to be his problem. But the problem will be our KHI wanting to keep them together with our Paradise Esports. But the next circle will actually be favoring a bit of YG and a bit of our PG. But that is going to be an open field, so open fight is going to happen, which will really be challenging for later on. Look at that damage from the blue zone. PG Honda endured a bit of that, but it's stage number 8 already, Cuckoo, with 6 more seconds. Master Smile hiding behind in the 2 frontliners right here. YG Rome Boy and Murnat, they are just being very quiet as they prone down.
And they're also using the spare tires right in the latter parts. KHI now, they will choose PG instead of YG. Zal now pushed in. Junan goes for the spray down, knocks down 2. 2 players left remaining for KHI. Now the third party comes in from Yangon Galacticos. Demios is still left standing. Lizzie Boy knocks down Smile. Zai will be taken down as well. Mernat will be taking a ton of damage there. Oh my goodness, this is it for PG. This is their time to win. But looks like they're gonna have some reset on both sides. Smile will get a revive from Romeo, as PG will get a revive onto Juneng. Lizzie Boy ready for action, gonna throw out a nade over. Way too short for Lizzie Boy. I hope he just throw it out all the way to the YG area, but nope. YG will try to crawl their way through. as the blue zone will now move. Aya, 2.5 minutes left to go in this matchup. PG, ooh, look at this line of smoke right now as they try to get through the circle. Lizzie Boy try to back out for a bit here. And now for back in, using this cover as protection for the final moments. Honda throws now a frag grenade over. Will it connect? No, it will not connect for now. Now Juneng will try to use a smoke launcher. A ton of smokes right now by Paradise Esports. Lizzie Boy avoiding that frag grenade. Now Smile tries to stand up. Oh, they knock down Back EM. Now Back EM will die in the process. Still, YG has the advantage, Aya. They have the high grounds. Now they've knocked down another one. Mernot goes down, by the way. It's now a 2v2 situation. Smile goes for the revive still. But do they have time? I think they don't have time anymore, Aya, to go for the revive. Looks like Mernot will still try to go for the revive, and maybe we'll just try to provide information where the last two remaining players are left. Honda is trying to crawl down. He's just finding that right information where the remaining players of YG is. Honda now tries to stand up. He actually eliminates one who was actually already down. Now he goes down, but here comes, oh my goodness, here comes PG, but no, YG still survives. Young Good Galacticus wins still in a tight matchup against Paradise Esports.
That was very close, Coco. I actually wasn't able to see right away who got that winner chicken dinner with that vehicle coming in from PG, and with YG, you know, receiving those bullets and then also dealing so much of that damage onto PG. Just hands down to Yang and Galacticus. Chicken dinner for day number 2 on match number 11 with a lot of elimination points. Yang and Galacticus is on fire again.
Well, YG still is the team that is very dominant here in this week. Kind of like what happened in the first week, Aya, but they need to take control of the Super Weekend. They cannot afford to have that smash rule being smashed by a different team. And that is in order for them to get the best head start point or head start points by the time that we start the finals.
Exactly, but let's take a look on their team stats. We have here MVP with BYG Smile with 6 eliminations and 968 damage. Meanwhile, for Romeo, that is also 6 eliminations but with 774 damage. Mernot now with 2 elims and Sake Cloud with 1. I just like to go back with what they did during the final moments. They intentionally did not revive that one player who was crawling because he sort of served as a bait. And then when that one member, which is PG Honda, stood up, that was the perfect moment for them to know where he is at exactly, and that perfectly well executed game plan for YG. But for now, let's watch the highlights for match number 11. And now, of course, we had those match rankings as of match number 11. We had a lot of points coming in from Yang and Galacticus with those 15 eliminations adding up onto their 10 placement points. So GG's for our YG. But onto the second page, we have here still three teams who got zero, which is our NX and so on and so forth. And overall rankings, 122. What a gap onto our silent gods right here. YG is just making sure that the points that they have is not going to be so easy to um, be chased after by the other teams. GG though has 76, PBMS with 75, Sanhok with 64, tied up with BG 63 for KHI. We have our RNG, not much of a points, not much of a movement coming from their end with 58, GX with 54, and Team Max with 52.
Let's talk about that final engagement between
Mhm.
PG and YGI.
Yes.
I don't know why Honda went for the thirst onto
Yep.
Mernat Boy. He should have, just prone down, wait for the right timing, wait for him to get information on where are the others proning. And Lizzie Boy tried to save that mistake, that error made by Honda by going through the players of YG with that car play, but just so unfortunate he missed that last player from Yangon Galacticos. But again, good game, well played for both YG, PG, KHI, PBMS will be the top four teams for this matchup. And nice play also for PBMS, even though that they ended up early here, or not really early, but right in the middle portion nearby to the end, they were able to get 10 eliminations.
Nice one for them. But here we have our MVP. Nice one for YG Smile. Like he had that sweet, sweet smile on his face, having 6 eliminations, 968 total damage, 217 damage taken, 29% contribution, and 29 steroid survival signs. So during those final moments, we have seen how they performed very, very well. Again, perfectly executed bait for PG Honda, which he took. So that is unfortunate for our PG, but a good strategy for the side of our Yangon Galacticus. That's why they did not opt to go for that revive anymore. Meanwhile, for the points, or rather for the matches that we had, we already have 5, and we are now just left with 2 more by the end of day 2.
Yeah, 2 more, and we're back on your screens. This is yours truly, Kuku TV, together with Miss Aya Plays, and just so much PUBG Mobile action that happened in that matchup. I think it was never ending until that we saw that moment where in YG and Paradise Esports, the last 3 teams that had lasted for that matchup. But again, YG is still very dominant. I think they're still the most dominant team out of this region in PMCL, but they need to make some moves whenever it counts. Because whenever it counts is when we go through the Super Week. Last Super Week, it was PBMS who made it count. So for YG, they need to be on top of week number 2 when it comes to the Super Week in order for us to really say that they're the most dominant out of them all, so that they will have a much needed head start points by the time that we start the grand finals coming in June 13th.
Definitely. So for the Super Weekend, a lot is needed to be done, but for now, all I need to do is secure those spots inside of our top 16. The lower portion is quite of a blur as of this moment. We're not yet sure who are really the ones who are gonna enter. Most especially, it is just day number 2, so we still have tomorrow, day number 3, to conclude who are the teams who would be participating in the Super Weekend. So for now, day number 2 is not yet over. We still have 2 matches. Final one for Erangel, and the next one would be in Miramar.
Well, things are shaping up, Aya, even though that we have like a lot of games remaining, if I'm not mistaken. So we still have 1 more Erangel and 1 more Miramar match to go. Things are shaping up when it comes to the overall. If you try to look at the second half of the overall rankings earlier on, the top 16 is consisting of kind of like the same as what we had, but there are like three or maybe three teams that are very surprising are within that 17th to 20th spot, and we're talking about Austria Esports, who is currently right now in the 20th spot. Nexus Vanguard as well. And if you remember Nexus Vanguard were the second placed team
Yep.
in the Super Weekend. So I want to ask you, Aya, what happened to Nexus Vanguard?
I actually cannot answer that for sure, but again, as I have said, I actually predicted them yesterday to do so well in week number 2, but that did not happen, and I thought that it would happen today, but not again. So for Nexus Vanguard, they need to wake up. They need to do the things that they did before, or probably learn the new things that are being done by the other teams, because most likely those opponents have already learned their strategies and have learned how to target them. So for Nexus Vanguards, again, we need them to wake up, because if they won't, they would still be cemented onto the lower portion of a leaderboard, and that is a huge leap, Cuckoo, from second to the bottom.
And would this be the time where Austria Esports won't be qualifying to Super Weekend? So that can be a thing for group stage week number 2, Aya, because you see the improvement. You see the improvement from S69. You see the improvement from OF. You also now see the improvement from Paradise Esports. It's just that they weren't able to clutch it out against one of the best teams here in PMCL, which is Young and Galacticos. So Austria Esports needs to go back to the basics, maybe try to put the lineup back to all Cambodians, or maybe try to use Jane. Jane hasn't been seen for a while now, Aya, if you remember. Jane played for the first week, but I haven't really seen Jane played here in the second week.
Yep, exactly. I think there are some viewers on YouTube, shoutouts to you guys, who are looking for Jane since yesterday, so we don't exactly have an answer to that. But as Kuku has mentioned, he probably needs to go back, because something is different for Austria, and it isn't a good change for the side of our Austria. So looking forward to what more can they actually assess when it comes to their performance and to their lineup that they have, their rotation that they have. So Austria Esports so far is missing in action on top of the leaderboards.
Yeah, and another team would be GOA. GOA hasn't been playing so well. I am expecting for them to improve this season, but looks like they went back to their old ways. So they need to also improve as we go along the final 2 matches of the day. So we're just waiting now for what's going to happen next. So while we're waiting, let's do a little bit of shout outs to everyone who's watching right now in our Facebook and YouTube channels. So shout outs to the peeps from Nepal. There's actually peeps watching from Nepal, like Rama Limbu. We also have peeps from Senegal, Aya.
Shout out.
This is from the region of Africa. Omar is watching here from Senegal. And then from Philippines, we also have Shuen Gemarino and Christian Mendez, who is cheering for PBMS and Rangers. How about you, Aya? Do you see anyone from the channel?
Probably on YouTube. We have a lot of people on YouTube, so big shout outs to you guys. Shout out to Yaya Gaming, to All in One. I think I've seen him yesterday as well, so big shout outs to you. Shout out to NH, to Zorro, to Pookie, to Squitch7, to Victor Talks Real, to Adi para Martaputu. Shout out to Ike Hitai, to Lynn, and to everybody. I think I've already gave those others a shout out. So a lot of teams are cheering for Yangon Galactica. So let's see what else could happen for YG, because they've already proven themselves. They got a lot of points already. They've widened that gap. The question is, will there be teams who will be challenging Yangon Galacticos?
I believe so. Another team that has struggled this week is Sin Esports, Aya.
Yes.
If you remember, during the first week, first couple of days, Sin Esports I think to get top number 1 or maybe top number 2.
Yes, yes.
And then now, if you try to look at the overall rankings, Aya, Sin Esports currently so far is ranking at 15th. So this is not the Sin Esports that we know of. And speaking of Sin, who needs to step up? It's always been Rankid, it's always been Wako, but we need that step up again from Cool. Because if you remember last week, it was Cool who has been making those plays from Sin Esports. So if Sin do not want to be included in that top 16 to play for Super Weekend, they better start now, Aya, because it's just the last 2 games remaining today, and then tomorrow they will have 7 remaining games left. So if they don't act now, then the others are very hungry, especially those teams who didn't play for Super Weekend last week, right?
Exactly. So there are a lot of teams who are struggling. There are a lot of teams who already had changed and adjusted their gameplay in order for them to do better. So week 1 was quite different as compared to week number 2, but this will all just be much more what do you call this one, significant in the grand final. So for the Super Weekend, of course, that would be their qualifying stage onto our grand finals, but these first 3 days are their qualifying stages towards our Super Weekend. So it's sort of a domino effect, so that they will all be forced to do their best in each and every game, and that also means that they cannot afford to lose any more of the next matches.
I mean, for YG now, they can probably try to rest up, but I think YG still would want to be the most dominant team for week number 2, because there's prizes for being the best team performing team, kind of like what PBMS actually got in the first week. So I think YG will still continue on. Let's talk about groupings, Aya. Which group will be playing for the last Erangel? It says here it's going to be A, B, C, and E. So this means that Group D won't be playing this time around. And Group D consists of SG, Goa, and Paradise Esports. So they will be able to rest up, especially Paradise Esports. They were the ones who did in the latter parts of the previous map. So unfortunately though, for OF and Goa, and also at the same time SG, they lost early in the last match, and they will be for a while until the last match, which is they will be back in the last map of the day of Miramar. The ones will be back from rest earlier on would be Group E, Aya, which is Sin, TTQ, AF, and S69. And I'm looking forward to whatever performance S69 will show up, because we've seen their consistency, Aya. Their aggressiveness is on point. The thing is, they're so aggressive to the point that they get eliminated midway through. So that's the only problem with S69.
But here, before we talk about all of those teams, now let's check, because this is going to be match number 12 out of 20, and that is just 45 more seconds before we start the final Erangel map for today. So we have seen different teams take this map. We had the likes of Time to Quick. We also have seen Generation X. We have seen Young and Galactica. So for the final game, who will it be? Just drop your comments in the comment section, may it be on YouTube or on Facebook, so that we can check that later on. Who were your predictions to win this final Erangel match? But with 12 more seconds, let's go and cheer everyone else, because this is one of the final few matches that they can have in order for them to get into the top 16. So let's go to Iraq.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's go into match number 12. And this right pad is brought to you by Techno, the newest phone brand that needs to be bought. But now, flight pad coming from Sanhok Island, from the western side of the island. Going straight to Stalber. This is a flight path for KHI. Usually they go at Stalber. Also for GG, they go to Kameshki. For Goa, this is their dropping point as well. But the thing is, GOA. Yeah, they're not gonna be playing for now, as of this very moment. So Sanhok military base is open, but no one is actually taking Sanhok Island Iron. This is very interesting.
Interesting. Although, yes, Novorotnoy will be taken by Nexus Vanguards. SMB is very much open for grabs, but no one took that risk of taking that all for themselves. But let's see later on who will have the safe zone advantage right here, who will be blessed by our circle. But our playing path, the usuals that we always have, it's just a bit slanted this time around, and most of the areas are quite accessible. We don't see much of the teams who are dropping together, but with that circle going on to Gatka, a big trouble for KHI together with Generation X. And let's also include those who are dropping on the eastern sides in Esports and Team Max, because they would have a long travel onto that first safe zone.
And speaking of long travel, YG will have to glide through the areas of the southern side of Mount Gatka. And more than likely, they will try to find vehicles in order for them to be able to... Oh, looks like Say Cloud is getting hit.
Ooh.
From below up above. Now Say Cloud makes it a little bit faster for him to go down. He has no choice. And I'm not sure who's firing their guns towards Say Cloud, but looks like they're gonna try to loot up for a little bit here, so that at least they will have some guns to use in order for them to defend if ever the team would try to push them out. As for Mernat, they will now try to walk or run towards South Georgia Pole. It is actually Lion who was the one firing his gun towards YG, but he better be careful now, because YG already has their guns, and if you look at the minimap as well, Aya, it's only just Lion around the area.
So that is going to be a huge risk for him. And in any case, that he still persists onto knocking down our Yang and Galactica, so it is just right for him to take a step back and to reunite with his teammates later on and gather more of the equipment that he will be needing. So for those who commented on YouTube, they're actually cheering for Young Galacticus. I'm sorry I cannot read your name, but to Baby Lie as well, big shout outs as they were cheering for Young Galacticus as their predictions on who will get this next winner chicken dinner in the final map of Erangel. Now for Nexus Vanguards, one of the teams who needs those points in, they are on the 19th spot, so they're really on the verge of not being able to play in the Super Weekend. So for NX Superboy and the rest of the gang, they need to do better, they need to get those points, and they need to last longer as a full squad.
Well, for GTQ, they looted up around Ferry Pierre, and looks like they're ready for them to rotate all the way to the circle. And speaking of circle, Aya, they're within the circle, so they don't really have to move at all. They would, try to go to the middle portion instead, because they're not yet right within the middle. But looking at the eliminations here for TTQ, looks like Liquid is still the best of the best of TTQ. For S69, they're actually the ones trying to get to those dropping points of other teams. This is the usual dropping of Silent Gods. So this match they will try to take Yasnaya, and I think Aya, this is why S69 is very effective this week. They are able to adjust every single game.
They indeed were able to adjust their gameplays in every match, so that is a high level kind of acknowledgement and assessment of themselves on how to do the next games, on where to drop, and how to rotate. So kudos to S69 for being able to do that and to be able to apply that actually quite swiftly inside of our week number 2. Now we have here on the screen PBMS full squad still. They're still in the third spot. They had a lot of points in as well, but not as explosive as they did during our week number 1. But it is still, of course, the qualifying stage. So let's look forward to their super weekend performance. And that goes for everybody here in our first 3 days. For City Sports, again, going back to how well they performed during week number 1, but now that is kind of far from the performance that they had.
Same folks again. Performance of Sin 2. Right now they're hanging the blue zone. If you remember, Aya, their performance from last week to this week, usually they would go through the circle first.
Hmm.
They are not the team where they try to spend so much time in no, so far here for Sin. So if they try to go back to their performance last week, then maybe we can see Sin, dominate here in this groupings that we have right now. But for now, the others are rotating, and B is what you're seeing so far. Ostja, again, an unfamiliar territory is where they're at right now, Aya. I mean, have you ever imagined Ostja Esports being on top 20?
Mm, definitely not. Definitely not. So, with them being pinned down there, it is, again, very, very unusual. I'm not sure what is happening on the end of our Osja Esports, but I hope that they wake up. I know they also have their fans in the comment sections cheering for them, but now they cannot do that so much because there's not much to cheer about Ostra right now, and they're always on to the bottom portion of our leaderboards in each and every map. They are not ending so well. They weren't able to get that winner chicken dinner. They weren't able to get a lot of elimination points. So for Ostra, they need to wake up as well as NXN and other teams. But here, they probably have woken up already as 214 Mitchie and the rest of 214 is throwing those bullets onto our newborns, but newborns are quite unfazed and they just pass by with ease.
And 2-4 now will have to move. Was a special. Oh, looks like Kree is kind of stuck right now. There you go. Just gotten stuck by Mitchie. And look at this one now. Parker. I think he stole the car away from Rankid. Or maybe Rankid has his car right on the other side. Oh, there we go. Rankid now. Oh, able to get one down. Headshot onto No Escape. Barco will have to bail out from that monster truck. And this is just the bad side about driving a monster truck, Ian. It is very slow and it is very big. So you can easily get sprayed down by especially these pro players, Ian. They're just on point when it comes to spraying down on you. So now the monster truck is all up on smoke, so you'll be forced to just stay out and we'll stay in the Milta area. And we'll have to call out this teammate who has a different kind of vehicle to try to pick him up. So things will delay things up here now for aggressive fight together with Sin Esports, who is still far away from the circle.
With everyone still just in their vehicles, going around the map, and probably securing those compounds, those covers, those hills, all for themselves. We still haven't lost any team, Kuku. We still have 16. And when it comes to the players, we just lost one earlier for the side of AF. So this is probably one of the slowest Erangel map that we have seen. Everyone is playing quite safe and quite passive. So let's see what will happen to them later on, as that would be much more chaotic once they meet together as 16 teams in a smaller circle. Yup. Really unfortunate because we have cheered for them earlier on. We've mentioned them several times and how well they did during the past matches. But now, on to that final Erangel map, being the very first to be eliminated. That might take a toll of their performance. I hope that it won't really cause them to stumble and cause them to be pushed down even further by the end of our final match. But for now, they're still quite secured onto that 12th spot while the rest are on the verge of not being able to play in our super weekend. But with the movement and with the shift of our circle, that would just be circling around the area of quarry, making newborns and Gigi safe. And with this movement coming in from 214, I'm not sure if you have seen from the western side, they could easily get inside of the circle, but here, not much of an ease towards our team Max because they will be receiving so much of that damage coming in from BBMS. Monboy, though, will also receive that same treatment. Max at Rex, the final player, will be eliminated with a vehicle collision. GG's for our PBMS. They already have 6 eliminations.
In order for you to be able to understand how PS was able to, eliminate the players of Team Max. So make sure you clip that, guys, and learn how they did that. But for now, it's going to be Chappie, who will be rammed by Austria Esports. But for now, Austria will take control of the high grounds. I think Rangers already took over of the warehouse just right below them, but they need to take care now of GX, who now gets closer. Nang X goes down. Coca-Cola takes down Renzer. And now Fern X, or Fern G, and Top will be the last guys for Austria Esports. But now here comes the third party from PG. Unfortunately for GX, they're going to get third party and they're going to get backstabbed from these goals. So they're now left with, I believe so, Nero for Generation X. I think there's one more. I think Isang is still left standing. But again, oh, nice! Nero gets a knockdown. It's the last frag grenade being thrown out by Generation X. But they need to back out. Claude will be the other guy. And now, Yatka almost knocks down Claude. And now, all eyes on BG. They now have the chance here to eliminate Austria Esports. But here comes Nathan. Nathan now press on to Unknown. Unfortunately, he was not able to knock him down. Just half HP left for Unknown. Now, Unknown. Now, we'll try to still spray on side of Austria Esports. Austria is surviving still, even though that they're actually sandwiched right now between, I believe so, 3 teams. Rangers. We also have Burmese Goals and GX. And now, on the flip side, Michi down Foxy from NP. Now, Nangek will be confirmed. And now, here comes the push from Burmese Goals. Burn G goes for the spray, but on the other side, Yatka will spot Austria. And still, struggle continues for Austria Esports.
Definitely, that struggle continues for our Austria Esports. It is really quite unfortunate for them. That is going to be a huge problem later on if they really would not be able to push themselves up. But speaking of up, I think our circle is going to go a bit up. Coming from that previous one, just gently pushing everyone in. AFong will be secured by our time to quick. And with our Burmese goals slowly getting portions of the middle ground of our safe zone, they have a lot of access onto everyone, but at the same time, they can be sandwiched and they can be caught in between these teams. So they have to do their best to be able to defend themselves really, really well. Meanwhile, for Sun Esports, this is in Wacko. Just moving around together with Sincool, they're just securing the edges of the circle. But that is also what the Burmese Goals are doing right now. They do not want to stay in the middle because they know that that is going to be a huge disadvantage for them later on. But a huge disadvantage as well is being received by AF Gens because he is the last player and he is struggling with his few bandages left and he's waiting for time to quick to move out so that he can also join the next circle.
And again, this is the same story as last time, Aya. Looking for meds.
Oh
And
no.
now the blue zone will eat them alive again. Gents, aggressive fight, not so aggressive this time around as they die in the blue. And now 12 teams remain. Looks like Cream and the rest of 214. They're left with still with 4. So they're still able to manage for now. But look at that. Wako will be spotted by Itchy. Now, for Sin, it's only going to be just Cool. Will be left remaining, and I think he's going to be stuck in that compound, I think. So he can get surrounded by Burmese. And you can now see Nexus Vanguard with a push by Claire. He's going to be fighting against 3. Another one goes down for KHI. That's way too much of firepower from Nexus Vanguard. But look at that. The third party from TTQ knocks down Superboy. 2 players left, Joji and Super Loki.
Ooh.
Nate's coming out. Oh, 214 also will join in the fun. It's a fatal 4-way right now happening, Aya. It's going to be KHI. It's going to be Nexus Vanguard, TTQ, and 214. Nate's coming from OM, knocking down Liquid and eliminating him. Now it's going to be YG and Bernie's goals. OM now will try to throw up a Nate. Gus able to knock down Mitchie. But here comes Lion from a flank here. Oh, unfortunately from behind. It's going to be NB who goes for the 5th party. So much party happening right now at the bottom side of the circle. And this is giving a lot of time for Nexus Vanguard to regroup.
Now Bloodbath is what we are having right here. We have your deaths from left to right, and that will be one more onto Migs being taken down. Our Nexus Vanguard keeping them one by one, and one by one they go out. KHI now ending on to that 12 spot. NX, our Nexus Vanguards are trying their best to secure that 16th spot, but look at that. NBXZ11 will be taken down by that vehicle explosion, and now with the movement again of the circle, that will be favoring RNG, Sin, 214, GX, NB, and a bit of our GGs right here, but GGs are now being targeted by our time to quick with those nades as well coming in from our GG. Will that land perfectly onto them? I don't think so, but bullets will be confirming the rest of our time to quick. TTQ now says goodbye courtesy of our GG, and one more will be right in front of them. The 2 players of our Nexus Vanguard. Superboy heavily damaged. He needs to revive, he needs to heal up, and he will now be spotted by Kaya. So next target is gonna be them.
Oh no, it's gonna be Kaya will be taken down. Nexus Vanguard. Oh, there's gonna be a trade by Kaya. He actually threw that nade just right in time before he actually got knocked down. So now Kaya will get a revive. Boyshan will have to regroup here for GG. Same goes to Nexus Vanguard. They will have time to regroup, but it's going to be GG who would be first to be able to regroup. Oh, the knockdown happened. Nope, it's gonna be from Mernat Boy versus NB or Newborn. It's from the other side. I think it's from the northwestern side of the circle. And Nexus Vanguard still trying to defend against Good Game Esports. Superboy is prone down. Moek will be eliminated. That's a grenade elimination by Mernat. Now for Nexus Vanguard, they are now trying to push towards GG, but looks like has bailed out from the scene, and they have no idea. They have left the river craft.
Yep, they just left that to be exploded by NX Super Loki with those bullets. But now we have our YG versus NB with that knockdowns going on right here. Master Smile going for that charge in, and as he holds the smoke, let's see what he will be doing. Change that onto an aid to try to limit the rest of our newborns, but he also was attempted to be knocked down with that same frag grenade. But before that happens, his bullets will be paralyzing XZXY right here, and with that follow-up frag grenade, that will not be confirmed by the final player here. And the Foxy was almost eliminated with that vehicle, but the rest of that bullets coming in from that DBS will finish him off.
Nice play for YG. Just pushing from outside of the circle, going to the inside. NB cannot handle the firepower of Yangon Galacticos. And now Yangon Galacticos will have a high ground advantage here. at the western side of the circle. You just better be careful with some spray downs coming from the bottom of the zone. And right now you can see Smile trying to replenish all of the items that he has right now in the bag. Nero is currently down. I'm not sure if he's getting a revive from his teammate. Oh, but you can see now YG. He actually tried to pick up his teammate who is currently down, but unfortunately will be spotted by Superboy. As they eliminate Mernat, Smile still knocked down here, but Romeo will be there to save him. Now Romeo will try to go for the spray down as well. Then that's it for Nero for Generation X. But still, GX still has one player left remaining. And Nexus Vanguard still putting in the pressure to the side of YG. And you know what, Aya? The circle has already shifted, and it shifted away from YG.
Oh no, look at this Say Cloud setting up that smoke. Will he be able to revive Smile and Romeo with just a few more seconds? We're not quite sure about that. But let's see if he will be able to. I think he will, as the others are focused on the other teams. Their attention is quite on a different area. So Unknown here will now receive that nade coming from Monboy. There's a perfect landing right here. Ooh, Ryman though almost got knocked out by his teammate with that same frag grenade. But with that Molly pushing through, the rest of Verme's goals will now have to leave and evacuate the area coming in from our PBMS, and with the pressure that they've given our team Burmese goals. Meanwhile, another battle is now going to start between them and our team Rangers as they now push forward the warehouse where they are at right now. Now we are NG Nathan being the final player left. Will he receive those nades? Will he receive those set of points?
Wow.
And yes will be the answer with that final shotgun coming in from Ryman. Although Ryman will be naded by Pretzel. Let's see if they will be going for that quick reset. GG's now for PBMS as they have 11 eliminations.
Wow, that's the beauty of pushing PBMS. All of a sudden, they just wiped out the Rangers. But look at this one now. WTC, GG Shroud. Oh my goodness, who will actually hit it? There you go. Shroud take the hit. And now it's going to be Superboy, who will try to throw a molly. Now the DBS will be... Oh no, it's going to be Shroud who will die in the process. Superboy clutches it with the DBS. And now, here comes YG for the 30. Nexus Vanguard hasn't resetted yet. And Smile looks like he's able to spot them now with a spray with the M4 as they eliminate Nexus Vanguard, while Sin will be eliminated as well. Will now down to 4.
Down to 4, YG, our top team right now, versus 3 teams from the Philippines, and the second to them, which is PBMS, Generation X, and 214. So this is going to be a great battle in between top number 1 and top number 2. But the soloists of GX and 214 could also still add up to that damage, and they could also trim down the battle for our Yangan Galacticus. The Claude is here on that Wizard Tower, and we have here one player of 214 in that garage. Let's see if he will be favored by that next circle. As we're seeing, the rest of YG are already in their vehicles, trying to move around, trying to make sure that they will be covering enough ground for the next safe zone.
Well, if you look at the numbers advantage, PBMS has the numbers. 4 players left remaining for them. But when you talk about YG, they have 3. Looks like Romeo will take those hits. Not so sure where it's coming from. GX and 214 will just keep quiet for now. And if I were PPMS, I'll be thinking this might be YG still alive that has 4 players left remaining. You now see those gunshots coming in from Claw. Claw just making it hard for PBMS. Knocks down 2 with that mini 14 DMR action here in Erangel. And Claude, I'm not so sure if he's within the circle. No, he's not. He's not within the circle. The circle also shifted away from PBMS. And this is now going to delay things up for PBMS after those knockdowns by Claude. This is not helping PBMS's side. And now they will have to move now because the blue zone will also move down here. And they might go for the push towards Tree, who is right within that garage station. Ooh. And YG now putting in the pressure. Monboy goes down. Pretzel will try his luck, but he goes down as well. Say Cloud gets the knockdown. Now we're left with players left for PMS. PMS still spotted here by Yangon Galacticos. So much angle right now for YG Aya. Oh my goodness.
Indeed, as I mentioned earlier, look at this. Final bullets will go through courtesy of that shotgun S12K action onto PBMS. The biggest contender of our Young Galacticos are now out, and we are now down to a 1v1 v2 situation right here out in the open with VGX Cloud. That will be the end for him. He would need to say hi to the Clouds courtesy of say Cloud. 214 Cree being the final player of the match versus the two players of our Young Galacticos holding that frag grenade, just wishing and praying that he would be able to knock them down one by one. But with this distance and by the looks of it, it's gonna be a mission impossible for 214 Cree to snatch away that chicken dinner from Young Galacticos, or very comfortable, very confident that they could take this win again. That's why he's just going for that emote right there, and they exactly know where 214 Cree can be coming from, so they're just doing all these things. Just the usual emotes. We are Young Galacticos. We already had a lot of chicken dinners, and we will probably take one more for the team. So in 44 seconds, might as well just dance, might as well just emote.
Yeah, just flexing their way through right now. This is, by the way, the last Erangel map of the day. Smile and say sing. Those emotes right now being shown off. Hopefully they can show the emotes from the Attack on Titan collaboration.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because I got those on my character. So for say Cloud, now they're gonna try to move in now to the circle, because the circle is now closed up to stage number 8. So this is now the final circle. Cree hasn't moved into the circle yet. And again, YG has the information. And they have the guns as well. Look at Smile. Smile has the AWM. First time we've seen this right now. And
Hey.
hey!
Hey. That was scary.
Yeah.
You got me there, Master Smile.
I got
but good.
in game.
Yep. That is really a novelty emote inside of PUBG Mobile that would bring, nervousness to everybody once, and even rather most especially when you are in a live broadcast. But you know that PUBG Mobile loves us all, and he would not do anything other than, that okay, those heart signs and our emotes. But going back to the battle, enough of our emotes, because YG just has shown us enough of that. We have a 214 Cree still holding on to that frag grenade that could probably try to damage our Young Galacticos, but with YG, they're just going around, circling around his spot right here with that shot onto Say Cloud. That just damaged him a bit, but not enough for him to be taken down. And with this nade follow-up, will that land perfectly? We're not quite sure, but with that final finisher, we have that exact nade coming in from Young and Galacticos. What a shot coming in from them. GG, well played, and that is another winner chicken dinner predicted by the viewers on YouTube, and at the same time, that is a back-to-back winner chicken dinner.
Yeah, I was about to say that's a back-to-back winner chicken dinner, Aya. Congrats to YG, just building that gap now with the overall rankings, and I think they'll be the top #1 team by the end of the day tomorrow. More than likely, things will continue for Young Galacticos, and once they go enter the Super Weekend, all they need to do is clutch it out. Make sure that they don't choke it out. Again, it's a smash rule during the Super Weekend. All they need to do is focus during Saturday and Sunday. But for now, they'll be happy, they'll be cheering, they'll be celebrating as they were able to get another winner chicken dinner. Look at the stats here. 5 from both Smile and Say Cloud. As for Mernot and Romeo, they got 2 and 1. Romeo got 2, Mernot got 1. And for the rest, I'm not sure how the others will try to defeat YG, because remember, they came from the outside of the circle, Aya. They did not came in from the middle portion of the circle.
Yep. And I just would like to say that Young Galacticus did really well in that match. But for now, let's see how did they exactly do that in match number 11. And now we have here Young Galacticus taking 13 eliminations, adding on to their 10 placement points. That will be 23 overall. Again, dominating our matches for day number 2. As of match number 12, PBMS would be on the second spot with 16 eliminations. Next is Vanguards with 11. Burmese Goals with 9, coming from their eliminations mainly, or rather solely. We have our 214 getting 7 points. We have our GGs with 7 as well. Generation X with 6, and tied up with Time to Quick with 6 points. So it is safe to say Young Galacticus really dominated day number 2.
Yeah, I believe so. I would agree with you. And by the way, guys, YG is my prediction for the past
Oh, yeah.
2 days. So I think I got the lucky charm right now for YG. I would say also for Quintoyo. Quintoyo supposedly would, curse these
Yep.
teams, but looks like the luck is on our side. As you can see now, YG getting a total of 145 points already. Just that big gap already between them and PBMS. 91 total points for PBMS, and then GG with 83, 79 for Silent Gods, and then Burmese Goals with 73, and TTQ with 70 points, 64 for the side of KHI. GX with 60, 59 for that team, and then the second half. This is bad for Sin. Look at Sin now. I think they came from 15 from the last match. Then right after match number 12, they go down now to top 16. So they better be careful. Now that we're just left with only 8 matches left before we proceed to the Super Weekend, they need to make sure that they get into the top 16, because you still see Ostja, Aya. You still see Ostja in top 20. Goa is still there as well. I mean, you can say that OF and PG, they might be on and off every single game, but for Sin, they have been struggling all throughout day number 1 and 2. But look at now the top 4 teams now for match number 12.
Yes, we have here still Young Galacticus with 13 eliminations, and that is a lot of damage dealt, and they are actually having the most out of the top 4 teams that we have here. In second gem would be PBMS with 12 eliminations and 1735 damage, NX with 8 and 1452 damage, BG with 9 and 1584 damage. And for the MVP, we have here YG Smile having again that sweet smile on his face. He had been the MVP for the past 2 matches right here, and they have taken the winner chicken dinner twice already for the match number 5 and match number 6. So again, a lot of points had been raked in by our Young Galacticus, and 5 came from YG Smile here in this match alone, with 391 damage and 230 damage taken with 28% team contribution. So just to recap for everybody, look at this. We have the first match in Sanhok, which was taken by Good Game Esports. We had the Sanhok map for the second time around, with SG taking that one. We have Erangel being taken by Time to Quick, the first one. The second one was taken by Generation X. We have here the final two Erangel maps, which was again taken by Yangan Galacticus, who are now managing to widen that gap onto everybody else as of day number 2.
So this means that YG has momentum now going into Miramar. I think 2 winner chicken dinners is very hard, especially in this level of gameplay, especially in PMCL. Only, if I'm not mistaken, only done it. Or maybe there's another team, I remember. Probably PBMS. Or maybe it's Nexus Vanguard before. But again, YG has that momentum coming into the next map, which is the final map of the day. Match number 13 is going to be in Miramar. And let's just hope to see that YG will have that same performance so that the fans on our live chat will be happy. But for the groupings, by the way, groupings will be different. A, C, D, and E will be the teams fighting for the last game. So this means, so this means that that's the last game for YG.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this is the last game for YG. We didn't really check the groupings until now. So this means that Rangers, YG, Team Max, and Generation X or GX, they won't play in the last match. So that's their final game, and that's a very good final game for YG.
Definitely, what a way to finish their run for number 2. So with that gap, I really do doubt that other teams would come near to their point. So with the Young Galacticas, they could, sleep with a smile on their faces, just like the name of YG Master Smile. So let's look forward to the final game without those teams dominating. So let's probably wait for a few more minutes, and we are going to be back after a very, very short break.
And we're back here, the final countdown of the day. Miramar is gonna be the final map here. And by the way, Aya, group B will be coming back.
Yep.
Not group B, but group D rather will be coming back for this. So this means that Silent Gods, GOA, On Fire, and Paradise Esports will be coming back. Matt, let's see if they have rested well in order for them to have all of the energy for map number 6 or map number 13, which is the final map for day number 2. So this only means, Aya, that Sin can still try to bounce back. Ostja can still try to bounce back for the rest of. So let's go ahead and fly now to the final map of day number 2.
And we are now here on match number 13, brought to you by Techno, together with PUBG Mobile here in the PMCL Southeast Asia Summer 2025. Playing path is coming in from the south side on the area of Fortuna onto La Cabrera's eastern side. So with this kind of playing path, just probably predicting that the circle will go around Los Leones this time around. So that will be favoring several teams, most especially those who are dropping in that spot, and probably around the area of La Bendita as well. But let's now witness what will happen here in the final match, Puku, because again, this is match number 13 out of 20. One of the final moments for them to be able to secure their spots onto the Super Weekend.
Well, let's see if they can get spots. It's better to, be in that comfort zone where you get the spot already. But look at this one now. Hot drop session at Partona. It's going to be GOA. And it's going to be OF. It's going to be fighting for position. These are actually teams that are fighting on the bottom side to get into the top 16. And I believe so that GOA is currently at top number 18. And then for OF, it's going to be top number 17. So just nearby each other. It's actually top 19 for GOA. But now, here comes the push by GOA. There goes the trade. The first blood will be contained by Rex. And now the revive will happen now to Pacquiao. For OF, they need to be closer to their teammates, especially Aya. That this is a hot drop.
And with this hot drop right here, look at that. Goa knocks down OF Baby Spicy. So that is in a different location. Meanwhile, for Ostja versus Nexus Vanguard, who will be the ones taking that first elimination? The first blood will be coming in from our team Goa, rather. That is already 2 eliminations for them onto our OF, and 1 will be knocked down earlier, but still will not be confirmed now. Still staying with an NX versus our Ostja Esports. Both, we are feeling that hesitation from their ends. No one, of course, would want to be the first team to be out because they need those points in order for them to get into the Super Weekend. Ajanang X just scouting the inside of this house in order for him to have a better spot on to NX King WTZ, but that wouldn't be a perfect anticipation. NX King WTZ would not move even an inch.
Yeah, and we've seen this hot drop session since yesterday. And I believe so. It's already like 1-1 for Nexus Vanguard and Austin Esports. So they've already won in this spot. But now I think this is the time for them to know who's the kings of Monte Nuevo. And you can see that they're just waiting for someone to push on either sides. They don't have the specific guns that they want. So that's why they're kind of like thinking of, pushing towards the opposite side. So Ostja looks like top now. We'll try to move closer. That's just a bait probably for Nongx to go for the spray down with that Tommy gun. When it comes to guns, oh no, that's the only mistake the top would make. Oh no, this might be it for Ostja again, Aya. Top 20 is not where the Ostja Esports is normally at, but there you go. The confirmation will now happen. Makes it a 4v3.
Now for the side of Austria Esports, I'm not quite sure what they will do right now. Losing Ozjop right there. That was really unfortunate because he overextended his head. He was waiting for the movement of NX, but NX had a faster reflex during those moments. Now leaving them with only three players, Ranzer, Nang X together with Fernji right here with a push coming in from the Nexus Vanguard. Now one will be taken down. That is for Loki, but with that counterattack, one more will be taken down, and that is the perfect timing for Doji to push forward as he heard all of those gunshots happening right in front of his eyes. We have a Ranzer being the sole player alive. Oh no! Nice one for Nexus Vanguards with those spam shots on their traits. The rest of Austria will be eliminated, and now pinning them down onto that 19th spot. Not a good spot for them to be in. Austria needs to, have a good rest for tonight and try to bounce back stronger for tomorrow.
Is this the downfall of Austria Esports? Let me ask a question. Is this the downfall of Austria Esports?
By the looks of it, yes, would be the straight answer. But if ever that they can assess what else is going on to the strategies that they planned and those which are not working anymore, they could still make those adjustments. But if ever that they really wouldn't be able to do that, I think, yes, this will be the start of their downfall.
Yeah, I mean their performance is very ugly to say the least. For Austria, but oh, what a mistake there by Navy. He actually tried to fire his gun, his AKM. Now he actually now spotted by the rest of GOA. Now he goes down. So that's a big mistake by Nady of On Fire. Oh my goodness, got knifed as well by Guardians of Angels. Now one player left for OF, and that is Astro, who is actually going to be on the edges, who will most likely be spotted. If GOA knows that there's a garage station here, he can get easily be spotted. But from maybe wanting to go for a thirst, so that he can at least get a point for the squad. But an ugly performance, an ugly showing right now by Austria and by On Fire.
Definitely. At this point, they actually need to be desperate with getting those points, but I think it's much more of that hesitation which outweighs that eagerness to get all of those points in. So now that that is happening for both Osj and OF, let's just see how else they can handle the situations for tomorrow. But look at this, Astro still waiting for that push coming in from Goa. Now Goa moves a bit forward. Will they be seeing Astro? We're not quite sure about that, but yes will be the answer. And with that S12K now wiping out the rest of our OF, Goa moves up one rank, pushes down Sin Esports.
And Sin Esports right now, oh, looks like they're in trouble. Claire is on the higher ground. Wako on the low ground as well, together with Dale. Claire just trying to get his character moving. Oh, Claire can get headshot here by Wako. But they need to be careful because there's a flank commencing around the bottom side. Now Claire tries to get away now with the Murado. Wako and Dale will most likely stay in that longhouse for a while. As Rankid now gets closer to Claire. These are friends in real life, by the way, Aya. Claire and Rankid. So let's see if they will try to fight each other here. Rankid has his car out. Able to spot Claire, but not able to connect. So for now, Sin and K-Chai will just try to sniff out each other. By the way, is centering around the area of Los Leones. It looks like Paradise Esports. They're actually really good position right in the middle portion of the zone.
Yep, and with that favoring them, I think they have a better chance of lasting longer inside of our map, and they could even get nearer to Sin Esports or overtake them and even go. Let's see if that will happen later on, as they had a good run during our first match, rather our game number 5 overall for today, where they ended onto that second spot. So if they could replicate that game here in this final match, that is going to be so good for the side of our Paradise Esports. Meanwhile, for 2-1-4, they are a bit getting near to the verge of not being able to play during the super weekends. Yes, they are on the 14th spot, but of course, for tomorrow, that is going to be a different story right there altogether. Look at this. All together, we have Resin Esports versus BBMS, and one more will be taken down. Final bullet will knock down Scatty coming in from Sanhok, and that will be a confirmation. Will that be? Look at this. One more is BBMS Ryman being chased after by Sanhok, now riding the buggy in order for him to find shelter in quite a few moments. And KHI joining that engagement, eliminating the rest of BBMS. Now they wouldn't get nearer to the points of Young Galacticus and will be pinned down onto the second spot.
Yeah, that is something that PBMS would, try to go back and review. That is not a good strategy or gameplay being shown by PBMS. But anyways, they're now done for the night. Same goes to Osja OF and some other players of Sin. And the two remaining players of Sin, they will have to, just try to move their way through this game. TTQ now at La Bendita, trying to go for those ridges. And I think they're maybe going to try to go to a compound right above La Bendita. This is a very strong position, this longhouse that they're going to try to move into. But I think they're going to try to scatter things up. Or, actually, it looks like they're going to collect all of their cars right at that ridge area where it'll be much safer for them. So for now, for GG, it's going to be the same thing. Occupying a compound, trying to hold on. Blue zone is now closing. We're now going to stage number 3. Where will this circle go? Not so sure though, Aya. For now, others will try to rotate. It's going to be GOA. It's going to be Clay Jr. together with KS4 Now it looks like the circle has shifted away from GOA. I think this is still at the Los Leones area, so I think that Paradise Esports still has the zone.
And with Paradise getting that circle again, it looks good. So far, all they need to do is follow through with a good performance and with that balance of the aggression later on, once the teams also want to join their spot. But Backham, though, is the nearest to our Goa where they would want to stay at. So Backham now heard those vehicle movements and he wants to reunite with the Siemens because that would be quite a dangerous spot for him to stay in. Goa Clay Jr. received a lot of damages as well and would hide himself first and not challenge PG even further. But look at the positioning coming in from PG. They have the best advantage at this point, and if ever that Goa knocks down one of their players, they would not be able to go for that swift follow-up. So again, let's see how PG will handle this one and how Goa will actually make more of those points in order for them to get into top 16.
For me, PG would just need to control their high ground advantage. That is what they have right now, so they just need to stay and sustain until the latter parts of the game, because the circle will still be right where they are right now. The two other PG members would probably move together with the rest so that it'll be easier for them to revive each other if ever things would go wrong. But for SG, Miner already got the garage area right over here. It looks like they're gonna do a little bit of strategy here. 3 players right at the edges of the circle, and then 1 nearby the middle portion of the circle. BG will also try to move in to the northern side. Not much of any activity here, Aya, at the northern side. Actually, 214 is now waiting for BG. Let's see if 214 will be able to defend this.
Let's see if they'll be able to hold their ground very, very well as BG Master Ichi goes for that initial frag grenade that will not land onto anyone. That will just damage a bit of that walls. But now with 214 Minty and Lion escaping that engagement, leaving our Burmese goals behind to reunite with their teammates. Now BJ Lilyanka would want to push them down even further and go for those spray downs. Lion, will he survive? Yes, he will. So BG just forced the rest of 214 to move out of the spot, and now they have this area all for themselves. The question is, will that be inside of the next safe zone, or will they also move just like what 214 did?
And the viewers are asking, where is YG? YG has rested for the rest of the day. They will not be included in Miramar. Tomorrow they will be. But for now, SG now pushes into Sin. They do have the man advantage here for Silent Gods, but look at that. MM is way out in the open, was able to get taken down by BG. But looks like, oh, Lucy will take down Miner. That was a mistake by Silent Gods. Now it makes it a 2v2, but here comes the Lucy who knocks down Wako. Confirms it right away. And now, looks like Miner will die in the process, courtesy of Dale, who made that frag grenade elimination. So Dale will have to sustain here. But here comes the third party. KHI getting closer to where Sin and Silent God is at. Circle, by the way, has shifted. And now it shifted away from the middle portion where earlier it was Paradise Esports. So they need to move. Dale needs to move as well. But again, an incoming third party coming in here from KHI. Now for the others, it's going to be Nexus Vanguard. Joji, who will get taken down on the kill feed. As Claire, just able to heal up himself. Trying to check things out here on the edges. But again, if they want to get more eliminations, they need to be more aggressive.
Look at this. Our Silent Gods is nading our Sin Esports. And with one more frag grenade landing onto Sin, will that actually be received? Nope. Sid and Dale is still up and alive. That follow-up of our Molly, no damage will be dealt. The damage will be onto the side of our SG Lucy, which is, I'm not sure where that coming from. Will that root from our KHI? I think it will. We also have your AF joining the fun, as they are now focusing on our KHI mix. Will be right here in front of everyone else, and with Zal being taken by AF, no escape. Goa Clay Jr. now will be knocked down by one of the players of our NB. And with that nade coming from Nix that damaged himself, Goa Clay Jr. will also say goodbye. AF Parker, AF Jens now leaving. Only AF no escape, with no choice but to escape that bloodbath happening and going on, and he needs to hide himself because that is going to be a big battle for later. So he found this rock formation in order for him to hide behind that area. But speaking of area, going back to the area where KHI and AF are battling at earlier on, Claire will be the final player and has no other choice as well but to leave his teammates to bleed outside of the circle.
And now KHI needs to move in. Demios will eventually die in the process. Claire will be the last guy for KHI Esports. Slowly but surely, they will be able to get in. But now, here comes the push of SG. It's a matter of time. Dale now will have to make a clutch. A 1v3. Explosion will damage Dale. They will hear the heal from Dale. Oh, but still, the nade from Lucy will eliminate Sin. Sin, though, will be eliminated with 3 eliminations. We're now down to 12. Circle will now close in 5 seconds. Let's see where the circle will go now. Let's see. It will still go to 214. 214 has the circle. Same goes to GG Esports and TTQ. PG all of a sudden, not within the reach of the circle now, but they're right on the edge. Claire, very quiet right now. Look at this one now. Goa versus NB. Rex will be eliminated. Now it's going to have to be 2 players of Goa. They will have to defend against 4. Ooh, look at that. But then it's just way too much for Goa, as they are now gone from this game. 11 teams remain, and NB will be able to still be alive with 4 players. They still have a lot of time here, Aya, with 10 more seconds left to revive their teammates.
GG, well played to our newborns for getting that wipe out, and they needed those in order for them to really climb their way up towards the leaderboards. And now, moving on to a different team, SG Lucy on the kill feed will be knocked down. So we have seen their situation earlier on, and that is not the best place as well. But with PG, they're having again the favor from the circle, the zone blessing, but that wouldn't be enough if they are not gonna have those eliminations in, and they started that already. PG Honda taking down one of the players of our NB and make that one more, following the footsteps of his teammate, and the Foxy will be spotted. Yahiko will be confirmed. NX battles it out with our S69, NBXXY, and XZ are both hiding behind that rock formation in order for them to be safe from the blitz of our PG. But KHI Clear now partying from behind will get those bullets through the head of NBXZXY, but the follow-up is not yet seen, and NBXZ11 can still go for that revive. But with that nade coming in from them, from our Paradise Esports, that would not land perfectly. That would just deal a bit of splash damage. So NBXZ, will they be able to revive? I think they will.
Yeah, they will. Because it's just way too far for Paradise Esports for them to be able to make the elimination. Even with throwing those frag grenades, it's not so sure for them to be able to hit. So it looks like they're now throwing other utilities. Ooh, what a nice throw of that Molly. Unfortunately, there's still a little bit of space left for NB to move. So for NB, they will survive until the next stage. They don't really have to, peek towards Paradise Esports because they don't have that high ground advantage. They're on the lower ground. And looks like what's going to happen here now is PG, if the circle will go away from this one, they will have to move from that location to the circle. But for how long? For now, SG, I think they heard those gunshots from AF. No Escape is in the blue zone as well, and there you go. That's it for him. Got spotted by Silent Gods, and AF is now out.
Saying goodbye to AF right there. They just have one elimination, so tomorrow might be the day for them to redeem and to try to make up for the points that they were not able to get for today. But for SG, they had one elimination, or rather they had one player knocked out earlier on, but I think they went for that revive and they were able to reset right away. But with the movement of the circle, they're not going to be inside, and they need to face first our KHI, or was that our time to quick? We will see that later on. But for BG, what is certain is that they also need to face with time to quick.
Godspeed able to spot Liquid. The only big problem for Burmese goals is they are not within the circle. So they need to make a knockdown, or else they'll be forced to make that push towards TTQ. Or maybe they can try to get into the circle via the open area right over there, right on the left-hand side. So not so sure what's going to be the plan here. Looks like they will try to force themselves in. Gunshots from TTQ now. The bad thing about this one is they're not hitting, but look at that. Liquid again. I think he's the MVP for TTQ. WTZ goes out from the kill feed. Now, Burmese goals able to take control of this first floor of this brick house. Now Godspeed gets closer. Ooh, look at that Molly. Yatka will probably be able to get a revive, but now another Molly now coming from TTQ. They will be able to get a reset while Claire from KHI will be eliminated. Burmese Goals doing a really good job here on fighting against TTQ with a 4v4. Now that Burmese Goals will be able to get a reset, let's see how they will play this one.
This is going to be so interesting because they're both battling to be inside of our next safe zone, or stage number 6. And with all those utilities being thrown right here, no one is being secured, no one is being confirmed. So they still have a good 5 PG PUBG now starts again that battle with NBXZ11 Liquid with Master Itchy right there being knocked out with a UMP 45 bullets, and with that push coming in, those desperate moves will be happening right here. Tactical Liquid would be liquidated and will evaporate into thin air. Tactical Bunny now in front of another player, but Bunny though will just hop his way through the lobby, and Zuki, the final player together with Gus here, will be spotted, and Gus now needs to defend the rest of our time or else they will be wiped out. And with that push, Burmese Skulls will be the team who will be eliminated. That is coming in from our time to quick. What a clutch during that final 1v1 situation, and now they need to go for that reset after that very intense battle.
Yeah, very intense indeed for TTQ and Burmese Goals. And Burmese Goals, unfortunately, they die. And look at now 214. They're planning on going for the third party while TTQ is still recovering from the battle that they had with Burmese Goals. But they have to be careful also because I think Silent Gods is trying to get some hits towards 214. So for now, it's going to be quiet. Circle will now shift. This is stage number 7. Second to the last circle for today. And now it looks like the circle is still within the reach. Oh, look at this, Aya. Looks like Paradise Esports will have that momentum again. And for TTQ, they'll just be forced to battle with 214, and they might get third-partied by Paradise Esports.
Paradise Esports doing very well. 3 eliminations in the bag already, but here not looking so good for SG as GG Shroud spots one of their players, and as they all try to get inside of the safe zone, they will be having a bit of those troubles, and the only one that will be having the least will be our Paradise. Again, our PG taking all the advantage in that area. Meanwhile, for 214, they still have one more problem, which is going to be our time to quick. We have Reliant and Cree together with a full squad of our TTQ, but I don't think they would go with that engagement yet, and they would first prioritize getting out of the circle, so they are not actually minding 214 Lion right here, which could be a bit of a poison for them, and they could go for that backstab as they crawl their way slowly but surely with time to quick being unsuspecting.
214, slowly but surely as well, trying to make their way. Cream is trying to walk. Lion just crawling towards TTQ. Ooh, look at that. MM drops Whoa M. And now 214 is down to 3. Honda! Well, almost got knocked down there. Good thing it was able to avoid the last bullets. One player knocked down also for Paradise Esports. This is a time for 214 to make a push. But now Cree will be spotted from the right side. Zuki able to overextend. And now 214 left with 2. Michi and WOM. Now WOM will get splash damage by the frag grenade. This is now Silent Gods who will now join in the fun. Still, at the edges of this circle, 214 is having a really hard time now for PG. They're going to have a battle against TTQ. One goes down, but unfortunately no more shells in the shotgun. PUBGM as they die in the process at 5th with 3 eliminations. Again, I almost thought Paradise Esports has this one in the bag, but now looks like GG Esports has it now.
And for PG, that is unfortunate that they were not able to last quite longer, but at least they had a bit of those points before they go out of this match. But when it comes to the circle, we have everyone around the edge. They're just playing that edge strategy right here. No one is getting the center portion because that is a very, very open field. 214 WOM together with the rest of the gang are just staying at the foot of this mountain so that they have a bit of that cover as well. But 214 WOM would not be spared from further downfall as SG would not be seeing them. And GG at the same time, Kaya knocks down SG Ruzi. One by one, the players of Silent Gods are silently being taken down, leaving a bit of space for our GGs to get again a winner chicken dinner. Meanwhile, for 2-4, Mitchie will be the last player left. Now will be secured from his end. Will he be able to revive his teammates, or will he just face the battles alone with his 1v1 situation? SG Gyro versus 2-4. Mitchie will win the engagement right here, and with that shotgun battle, that one would be victorious courtesy of SG Gyro.
And those are two former teammates from Playbook Esports, Mitchie and Jarrell. But Jarrell has the better angle. Now, Silent Gods, TTQ, and GG. When it comes to numbers, again, GG has the advantage. And now they get closer to the middle as they try to pin down TTQ. Boyshan together with Shroud. And they're now going to throw in some utilities over. It looks like Liquid will try to throw in his own. Explosion happens. Only a little bit of damage onto Shroud. Kaya actually got knocked down. So this is the time. This is the opportunity now for TTQ to finalize this deal against GG. But looks like Kaya will try to get a revive from his teammate Devon. But now he gets spotted by Liquid. Now it's going to be Devon who will try to go for the spray downs. And there you go. Wow. Nice play from Liquid. Now Shroud weren't able to go for the push. Unfortunately for GG. They're now left with 3, and now here comes the other party from Silent Gods. The Van will now be pinned down. Now Jarrell will have to heal up. He will try to get closer, able to still get some cover. Circle happening now. Stage number 9. TTQ does have the high ground advantage against GG. They cannot make a push all because of Devon. But Devon is currently pinned down at that corner, all because of Jarrell. Who will take this win, Aya?
I am not quite sure about that question right here, as we still have a one player for our Silent Gods, but that blue zone is devouring him from behind, chasing after his every movement and everyone else's movement, because this is stage number 9 already with the placements and the position that we have here. Time to Quick has a strong one, but they're coming together as one, so I don't think that would be the best option right now. They don't have any other choice but to do so, and with the spread coming in from GG, I think that is going to be the best thing for them. Look at that, spotting SG Gyro as he attempts to crawl his way inside. 3v3 is what we're seeing, and with the sticky bomb going on to Time to Quick, will that deal a bit of damage? Nope, that is quite far from where the players from Time to Quick are at right now, and the movement coming from Time to Quick, their circle is really getting smaller right now. Their world is getting nearer and nearer to our good game Esports, and they don't have any other choice as well. They will be forced out of that spot, confined within a very small area. Will GG push? We are not yet sure about that, but with the jumpings happening right in front of us, who will be the winners of our final match for today? Liquid now being the initial knockdown and being the initial player who will be the casualty of our TTQ, but with that nice trade onto our GG. Everyone is heavily damaged right now, but they're trying to go for that heal up. GG Shroud secures and clears up that elimination onto Liquid. We have here one more knockdown onto Time to Quick, and that clears out the rest of our TTQ, courtesy of our Good Game Esports, and that is another chicken dinner for them, starting day number 2 with a whopping chicken dinner. And once more, as we end the day and as we seal day number 2.
And by the way, this is the second chicken dinner, right? So second chicken dinner for Good Game Esports for today. And they almost did not win that, all because of that high ground advantage of TTQ. And it was a clutch play by Shroud, in my opinion, because he was able to go for that first aid. He was able to heal up himself, giving him much more HP for him to be able to fight against Time to Quick Esports. So good game, well played for both TTQ and GG Esports as we end the day with their win. And Aya, we're now left with only 7 matches left for tomorrow. The big question is, by the end of that day, who will go through the Super Weekend and who will not move anymore? As we go along, let's now take a look at the stats of the team who won the chicken dinner.
They have your total of 10 elimination points, and the most would be coming in from Devon right here. So GG's for the rest of our Good Game Esports. They really did their best, and that had been evident throughout our day number 2, not only in this match, but again, rooting back from match number 1. But let's now check our highlights for match number 13. And those were the highlights as of match number 13. And we have here the match rankings. We have 20 overall points for our GG in addition to their previous matches. Now we have our time to quick with 14, SG with 11, NB with 8. We have our PG with 6, NX with 6 as well, 5 each for 2 and 4, and KHI. Look at Newborn, 7 eliminations from their end, and NX as well. Let's mention them with 6 eliminations. But on to the second page, we have our Burmese goals having only 4 together with Goa, 3 for Sin Esports, 2 for Osjo, 1 for both AF and PBMS, and 0 unfortunately for S69 and OF.
And you know what, Aya? This is a blessing in disguise for Osja and Goa, because OF and AF didn't really got good scores for this match. So you'll see what I'm talking about by the time that we switch over to the second page, because again, the most important part now of this stage is who will be in the top 17 to 20, because those teams will not play anymore for day number 4 and day number 5, which is the super weekend. So those are the things that needs to be considered right now by these teams, and this is what I'm talking about, Aya. So this is a blessing in disguise for Goa and Osja. OF didn't made a point. AF did made a point. I think one only in that regard, and then PG only made like 3 plus the placement points that they had in that match. So a little bit of like only adjustment here in the second page for the 6 bottom teams that we have there. But for now, the top 4 teams will be GG, TTQ, SG, and Newborns. With Newborns not available in the latter parts in the last 4 teams, but like what you said, they got 7 eliminations in this match alone.
So that is still something for side of our NB. Meanwhile, for GG, that was him taking that MVP title for match number 13 with 4 eliminations, 664 damage, 154 damage taken, and the maximum survival time with 26% team contribution. So again, well deserved winner chicken dinner for our GG, and that is just a good statement that they had done here, Kuku, taking the first game and taking the last as well.
Yeah, and for GG, this is gonna be good for them, most especially that they will have momentum coming in to day number 3. And the most important thing, Aya, for me is for them to play good in the super weekend, because if they're gonna be playing strong here and not in the super weekend, then there's just no no reason for them for them to do this right now. Kind of like what happened, Aya, kind of like what happened to Sin in week number 1. They played really well in the first 3 days of the qualifying rounds. But then again, before we continue with the conversation, again, thank you very much to Techno. It is powered by the MediaTek Dimensity 8350. The Common 40 Premier 5G delivers seamless and efficient performance for both everyday tasks and demanding gaming sessions. Plus, with the one-tap AI Flash Snap, you can easily capture sharp and flawless photos with just one tap.
Definitely, and as you were telling earlier, there is not much of a point, not much of a bearing if you're gonna give your all, if you're gonna go all out and give your best here in the first 3 days. But it would still translate into them, of course, getting to the super weekend. But if there is any um chance for them to do even better, that is gonna be on to the super weekend. But here, once more, experience unrivaled power with the Shelby X PUBG mobile collaboration, which is available right now inside of your PUBG mobile apps.
Yeah, definitely go ahead and try to buy some UC, get those collaboration cards, and also the collaboration for PUBG Mobile and Attack on Titan. It is currently live. You can go ahead and check it out because the only way is to fight. So let's fight. But then again, we're done for the night, Aya, as we now have the last remaining games for tomorrow. So, guys, to the viewers out there, thank you very much. This is Kuku TV together with Miss Aya. And good night, everybody, and good night.
it so good, baby. This good life, yeah, it's all mine. Ain't nobody gonna take to